folks. It is June the 9th, 2023. The longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Yet again.
Still don't know.
No, I still don't. I've got the AI supercomputers working on it. They're exhausting all their operational power. Unfortunately, the smoke caused fire and flames, which might be an issue. Allegedly.
I asked Brad the other day. I kind of checked on him, make sure he wasn't his pants were on fire, because as we know, he's a liar. So I assume
his response was no more than normal.
Yeah, so I assumed his pants may have been on fire, and so
more than usual.
Yeah, more than usual. Yeah. So, and I was also wondering if his liar pants on fire pants maybe set the flames in Canada. So I was kind of trying to blame him for that. But I asked him, have they figured out how these fires started? And he told me, and I don't mean to laugh, that one of the fires started possibly by a woman burning leaves in her yard.
Oh, well, for the east, that's possibly the case. There is such a thing as wildfire season. This year has been particularly worse. That's like, in all seriousness, this year is worse than normal. Yeah. So it's obviously become a bigger issue than normal. So that's kind
way
of
earlier than usual.
Yeah. So right now it's been more sustained. It's been more intense. It's been more problematic than normal. But here's the thing, that has been a greater and greater issue going. Let's put it this way. I won't go into that because it's a separate conversation. But for the folks that claim that climate change isn't a thing, it's like, well, okay, don't expect it to get better next year. Just letting you know, just warning you in advance. Don't expect it to get better next year.
Listen, I have my questions because I'm a middle of the road guy on just about every topic, and so I have my questions. I'm not a denier, but I'll tell you this: it snowed twice in the Boston area last winter. That's bad.
Yeah,
that's not normal.
Yeah, the only, like, just to be clear, the greatest mistake the folks ever did was marketing. It's just what you call it. Really, what it comes down to, like, all it is just the extremes are going to be more extreme. Let's just put it that way. That's the simplest way. If you've got bad weather or intense weather, you're going to get it more often, and it's going to be worse than normal. That's it. It doesn't mean it'll never snow again. It doesn't mean you won't have cold weather again. None of that.
We had
Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. And
every weekend in 2015 where people's roofs were collapsing, and since then we haven't had a bad winter since 2015.
Okay. And I still think, just to be clear, I do believe there will be winters that are more of what we were used to before. That'll still happen. But I think it's just going to cycle. You're going to get a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and it'll be all over the place.
When you called it a bad winter for you guys or a snowfall, does that mean like you clear the snow with a broom, or you have, or you send your mom shoveling for you?
Well, yeah. Well, I sent her shoveling.
Use a chicken wing to.
She had to go out twice.
Turkey wing, sorry.
Well, listen, since you brought up turkey legs, I want to acknowledge the first comment here, which was at 5:43 this morning, which is a new record. New record. That is the earliest comment ever on a live stream. So 5:43. That is substantially more than 12 hours before this live stream started. At 5:43 this morning, Hockey Cardboard says, "Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, let's get ready to slap around Eric with some humorous comments and eat turkey legs." That is the first comment at 5:43 this morning. Thank you, Hockey Cardboard.
And I don't understand why why Hockey Cardboard thinks they're humorous. I think they're hurtful. They continuously hurt my feeling. And
we like hurting your feelings. I enjoy hurting your feelings.
It's easy to hurt your feelings too.
I didn't say feelings. Hold on, slow down.
It was feeling, single feeling.
No, feeling. It hurts my feeling.
Yeah, singular.
One feeling.
James says chocolate sticks at the ready. Paul, good evening.
Yeah,
I like the reference of Ditito. We've got that, and we got the chocolates included as well. So we got that.
Right on.
Good evening, Big Scott. It's more World Card time. Oops, been a while. Wrong show. Thank you, Hockey Barn. Yep, it's
won't buy from him.
Yeah, the combination of dry. Look, it's one of those things. I'm not going to bother with a lot of the components of it, but it's going to be one of those deals where you kind of have to work through the pieces of it. But it is what it is. We've had some smoky haze from down here in Carolina. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. In Georgia, we had mild winter, followed by an unusually late freeze. The consequence, we lost most of an entire peach crop for the state. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. And that's it. That's the only conversation. Good evening. Absolutely, Josh. Good evening. The fires in southern Nova Scotia were started from a group of people burning tires in the woods, the largest wildfire in Nova Scotia history. Not sure how the large one in Halifax started. Yeah. And the thing is, the problem is it's not just one wildfire. That's one specifically.
Yeah,
there's some in northern Ontario, and there's some over in Quebec, and there's also some I think out west as well a little bit.
A ton of them out west. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like I can't use a blanket. So whatever the cause is, I can't use one answer. I have to go like, okay, so which one are you asking about?
Yeah.
We have a slightly different response depending on which one you're inquiring about at this time.
I would like to just say, especially since my Quebec friend has that background behind him because he's a son of a bitch. I just would like to say that I'd like to send my deepest sympathies to all of Canada who are dealing with these wildfires, except for the people in Quebec. I hope you all burn. Okay.
That's okay. It's okay. We'll blow our smoke over Massachusetts anyways.
Well, I said to folks is that we had a couple of days where the air quality was messed a little bit. I did call Carlos Senior and told him to turn off the barbecue. I told him, it's like, I can smell it, dude. Just turn it off. Turn it off, bro. It's too much. Just turn it off. He didn't listen, of course, being the jerk that he is. Yeah. But because like I said, because with my parents, they have their various breathing problems and stuff. During one of those, it's like, just so you know, finish your errands. Don't go out tomorrow. And then afterwards, they're like, yeah, good advice. And I was like, yeah, it wouldn't be a good time for you. I can walk out and do some quick errands around here. It's fine, not a big deal. But I was going, for you guys, you shouldn't. And their car, they have to fix their air conditioner. Needs to be fixed. It's broken like 500 times in the car, and my dad has to sit in the car. So I'm like, well, yeah, dude, I don't think you want to be hanging out when the air's garbage and breathing problems is your issue, and you don't want to be sitting in the car, especially when the car is heated up and you can't turn on the air conditioner. It's not going to work for you.
Yeah. Speaking of errands, sorry I was late. I was kind of running around I had to drive 40 minutes to find.
Look at this guy. Cookies. There you go. All right. Fair enough.
A special place I went.
Oh, look at this guy. Yeah, there you go. So, Bobby, like I've joked with people. Every day that goes by, if they open up that Southern Ontario location, Bobby, I swear, I'm gonna call a meeting.
You can order online.
Oh no, yeah, but it's like there's no nearby place for them to bring it over. Like, I'm sure I could order it, but there's one in Saskatchewan. I think there's one in Alberta.
There's one in Toronto. Yeah.
What's that?
One in northern Toronto.
I saw a thing that showed that supposedly they were going to open one. I don't think it's actually.
I'll be in Saskatoon in 3 weeks, so I might check it out.
Yeah, there you go. It's like
I think it's there. So.
As far as I'm aware, there's only 2 in Canada. I saw the thing on there. I saw a rumored place somewhere in Ontario, but apparently it's not open. I don't know.
Well, there's obviously one here because I picked up a box.
Obviously.
Since you guys have brought it up, we want to again remind everybody of our sponsor and encourage everybody to please order from Crumble and go to Crumble. So, and we want to remind you that if you get that Crumble, get yourself some Crumble. And right now, if you go to Crumble right now with our code, you can get a 5% discount if you say Carlos sent me. You will get a 5% discount.
That's a lot of words, man.
On your order if you say Carlos sent me. All right? So thank you again for Crumble. Really appreciate their sponsorship.
Can we use the Luke discount or the Carlos discount is greater?
I think you should try whatever works for you, Yannick. Try them all.
Yeah.
Like if you ever seen like the Honey app, like I think it's Honey. I forget. There's like it's Honey. All it does is just punch in a bunch of codes in websites to see which one will give you a discount. So you may as well try them all. See what works.
Keep trying.
I like Carlos' comment here. I heard Smokey the Bear relapsed and is smoking cigarettes again. That explains a lot. Mark here says, and good evening. Made my first eBay purchase in months and landed a 34 Goalie baseball card wrapper. What a nice bit of hobby history it is. Very nice.
Very nice.
There you go. James enjoys your commentary here. Point the fans towards Peabody. I know.
Now, see, again, do not buy from this man, okay? This is the kind of horrible person he is. All right. Do not support his business. He teases me. He sends me Instagram posts, all of Bruins cards. I go to the tricks me. I go to the eBay site, all like 61 Bruins, and he expects me to buy them all. And then he sends me discounts, like, hey, because of your interest, here's this. And no, I hate him.
So you're a victim, Eric.
Buy from him.
Eric, you seem to play the victim a lot.
No, he's sneaky, okay, and he tricks me into purchasing items from him. And he now, because he's got me, right? It got his hooks in me. All he does is put Bruins cards on there now. And I've had it. I'm no more.
Me go get tricks there.
No more.
Amazing. Amazing. Sensational. All right, back to the comments. Good evening, Philly Joe. Brendan Ryan, good evening. If we buy crumble cookies, does Eric pay? No matter what happens in life, Eric pays. Including that message at the bottom of the screen that I gave a moment ago.
And these are homemade.
Love it. What kind of cookies?
I'm going to say Toll House because only the Americans call them fucking chocolate chip cookies Toll House. So anyways, that's what they are.
I'm moving back, blowing smoke to Worth, Massachusetts, as you should.
Why are they Toll House? Can't you say chocolate chip?
No. Yeah, sure. He knows he's guilty.
All right, I like Michael Ham's question here. Keep one, sell one, burn one. I like this game. Gretzky Peachy rookie. Gordie Howe rookie. Boubior rookie. Yannick, you first. Keep one, sell one, burn one in horrific flames. Flames that will be blown to Peabody.
Okay, I'm keeping the Gordie. I'm burning the Gretzky, and I'm selling the Booby.
I'll buy it.
So with the Booby money, I can buy as many Gretzkys as I want, even if I burn that Gretzky. Or
Interesting.
So, and the Gordie Howe is just, I guess, I don't even know which one is worth the most, Gordie or Booby. Gordie, I thought so.
I would think so. Yeah, an equivalent grade for sure. Yeah, definitely.
So,
Bobby, keep one, sell one, burn one.
Yeah, it's kind of the same, I guess. Gretzky, 79's too late for me, so got to go with the early boys. And Gordie's one of my favorites of all time. And Bobby Orr, he was pretty cool. So there you go.
I think I'll leave Eric to last because we have a little bit of an idea where it's going to go.
I don't know.
Despite the fact that he's ridiculously overrated. Like the 1980s is a lie, really. I'll keep the Gretzky. I'll sell the Gordie for beautiful cash prize.
Here it comes.
True.
Burn, Boubior! Burn! And the flames will go all the way to Peabody. The flames, the ashes of Boubior will land in Eric's yard. And he'll be like, no!
We're feeding that fire up here, Eric, with Wayne Gretzky hockey cards. Just keep.
Well, you have enough of them.
Yeah, that's true. So yes, I will keep the Gretzky. I will sell the Gordie and take the sweet cash prize. And Boubior goes in flames.
Just because.
Flames. All right, Eric, what do you got?
I will be keeping this.
You could have had a real one, and instead you're
keep
keeping
the
that.
fake one.
I was going to say. I was going to keep the real one.
That's real, man.
Real.
That's real.
It's real to you.
It's all I got. So I'm keeping the or selling the Howe, burning the Gretzky because there are
because Gretzky sucks and is overrated. Go on.
Because I learned by going to the Toronto show that every single and it's the biggest show in Canada. Every single table has Gretzky rookies on it. Not every single table has Howe or Orr. So I will.
It comes with your passport.
Yeah, I used to have two, and I actively avoided that card.
Yeah, so I'm keeping the Orr, selling the Howe, and burning the Gretzky.
I've had 15, 20 Gretzkys over the years, so.
It wouldn't shock me, but it's one of those things. Like we joke about it, but like truthfully, that card is available in abundance.
Oh, it is.
By accident, you'll trip over one by accident. Like they're everywhere.
And I know we joke, but guys, you back me up. We'll say just about. Okay, I won't say every. Just about every table at the expo has a Gretzky rookie on it.
That has any vintage. Because don't forget, if you just stick to modern, obviously you won't
just
have one.
about, I said, right?
Yeah.
I moved it to just about because I want to be serious for a brief second.
Yeah.
Just about every table at the largest card show in Canada has a Gretzky rookie on the table. I was
Pretty close, yeah.
dumbfounded. And then there's the ones that have
100%.
piles of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of goes back into the conversation that we had last week or the week before. I forget which one it was, where we were talking about Geoff and his wonderful little vintage for Steph Curry trade.
Yeah.
But even cars like the 51 Bowman Mantle, even cars like the 33 Goalie Ruth, whichever one of the specific one he has, some of these cars are available. Now, there are legitimate vintage rarities, some regional issues, some tobacco issues that are much tougher to come by, some variants, back variants. Again, I always use the reference, but at the Ty Cobb back, that one is a super rare card. That is a legitimate rarity. You find one, you're probably not going to necessarily get your hands on another one. But something like a Gretzky rookie, like the Mantle rookie, stuff like that. Listen, if you have enough money, what condition do you want it in? What third-party grader would you like it from? You know, like you can choose. Like, are you really picking on centering? Like, you can afford to be picky. You can literally be like, you want certain conditions, and we can probably call somebody, get them on the phone, and somebody can arrange it for you if you have the cash. If you're a serious buyer, somebody will talk to you and possibly sell you the card.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest about it. Solid business playing hockey bar. There you go. Sabres card today. Nice.
I did see that. I saw the Gilbert Perreault card with the Hall of Fame inscription and the overall pick inscription. That was pretty cool.
Free that poor card from the Brick of Doom. It's only printed on one side. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No question. Every newborn in Canada. See, that's a separate loose side. He's got two separate loose sides. One for the front, one for the back. It's terrible. Psh. Listen, none of your VFX tricks will work on us. we know better than that. Hockey cardboard. Oh, by the way, hockey cardboard. Congrats on the very early comment. We read your comment right off the top, so thank you for that. Every newborn in Canada gets a rescue rookie. Pretty close. Not far from the truth. James, one that has 2 cases full. Very true. Eric is triggered when he waves his arms and it's just me tripping.
No, it's Yannick. He meant to say Yannick.
Yannick is the one who's walking through the wall.
Yeah, there he's back.
Yep. We got all the special effects tonight. Good evening, Jeff. Are a lot of the Gretzky cards fakes? Yes and no. So the truth is, there's lots of real ones and lots of fake ones. The answer is both. But I'm saying if you want a real one, there are lots. If you want a fake one, there are lots.
I gave up Gretzky rookies for potato chips in grade 9. Damn. It was either the packs or the chips, right? Hey.
In the long run, I feel you made the right choice. The chips
I got an uneven leg on the table in the backyard. I got 3 Gretzky. I'm shimming the table with that.
And if it doesn't go high enough, you fold them in half, and then you get like 6 almost, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
No
right there. Handy tips.
So I'll bring one for you, Eric, next expo.
Yeah, you don't bring me the bent one that you using to level the table. I want a nice one.
Well, with all our jokes, do you have a Gretzky rookie at this point? Like the OPG?
I have a Tops. I don't have an OPG.
You got to get an OPG, man. Come on.
I know.
You know you've got options. You got lots now.
I don't have starting at $1,500 and then going up to $5,000. I don't have that to put into one card.
Oh, I think hasn't the market softened down a little bit? I think your 1,500 would get you a nice one at this point.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to expend that much. If you'd like to, you can. But
I don't want. Listen, I wouldn't be satisfied. And I'm being honest again. I would not be satisfied with a Gretzky OPG like PSA 1, and the thing looks like it went through a washing machine.
I don't think it's necessary. I think you can.
I'd be like, this is crap. I don't want this.
Yeah, I think the biggest hysteria on that card has cooled off now. Unless you're talking about like a PSA 9 or a PSA 10 or like a really high-end copy, I think most of the other ones have settled back into like a comfortable range.
I think you can get a 4 OPG now for probably less than a couple or $1,500.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens
Not
in
good.
November, but I mean, I would love to get a nice copy. You know,
a nice pin 01, Eric, for like about 1,000, not even.
The 1,000 Canadian, because that's like $5. I could do that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true. I already told you, Eric. My offer stands. I will give you $5 American for 1,000 Canadian dollars. Hand it over.
Definitely.
Deal. November.
No doubt.
Make the trade.
Still more real Gretzky rookies than fakes. So that's saying something. It feels like that sometimes. Carlisle says, I completed Topps team sets of the Atlanta Flames quite easily. Can't find the O-Pee-Chee team sets in reasonable condition at all. Okay. Well, what do you consider reasonable condition, though?
What year?
Just out of curiosity. Yeah, what year and what do you consider reasonable condition? Are you focused on centering? Is there certain specific things you're looking for?
Early 70s, like
74 is tough for centering. Real tough. Actually, probably one of the toughest sets for centering is 74 OPG that people don't really realize. It's that and 68.
Oh, 68 is a freaking nightmare.
68 isn't so bad. The problem is the border is so narrow that the slightest kink is, it makes it look way off center. But the 74s are just tough. And
so you mentioned 68. So it was sitting here next to me. So I just got this yesterday. It's a Topps, and Topps also had bad cuts in centering. Not as bad as O-Pee-Chee in 68, but it was still bad. And I got this Carol Vadnais.
It's Vadnais.
And
Vadnais.
Okay. So I got
it's a Freudian slip. He wants to say mayonnaise.
No, I don't.
Yeah, so, he loves.
But the best part of this
fluff.
This thing is centered. It's sharp. I could shave with it, and then you got the autograph on the back. And I had a chance to meet him many years ago. Seemed like a very nice guy. I've only met him really, for a few minutes, but he has passed away. So I thought that was a great find.
Yeah. So Carlisle is just saying between 73 and 80. So he's got a little bit of a range there, looking under the O-Pee-Chees. So that's what he's referring to. So fair enough. Let me go in here for a second. And by the way, I'm in a second I'll ask the our Canadian requirement question, and Eric knows what it is, so we'll come to it here in a second. So Brandon F says, "What do you think of the Gamble boys?" All right, so quick pop quiz. Which one of you knows what he's talking about when you say Gamble?
Well, I cheat because I checked last night since you guys
so the thing is, I will explain what it is, but because you haven't seen it, it's going to be tough to develop an opinion. I'll answer it.
I haven't seen anything, but for my gather, I have a little idea. But I haven't seen it, and I'm less than 24 hours knowledgeable on them.
Sure. So basically, it's a couple of young guys. Specifically, it's the one kid, Justin. He's got a YouTube channel. It's been developing a quick following. Part of it is honestly because he gets money from other sources. I think he's got a YouTube channel separate from sports cards that is actually fairly successful, especially relative to the space. So he's probably getting some revenue from that. And I think the family is well off at this point. So like he's got multiple revenue sources. So as a result, he gets to create these vlogs, which to their credit are actually very nicely edited. They're not these nice compact. The vlogs are only like 6, 7, 8 minutes. They keep them quick. There's a lot of energy. Things move quick. There's a lot of music interjected into it, a lot of that. So they kind of run around buying and selling sports cards. But realistically, and I talked about this on the Thursday show with Brad and the guys, is that they don't make enough money to fund the lifestyle they're showing on the vlog. So the other revenue streams are really what's funding it. However, because they're able to show it to you and present it to you in this slick way, I can see why, with the energy of the vlogs and everything, a lot of the younger folks would enjoy the show. So I look at it from the perspective as entertainment. I don't mind it from that perspective. They're not super knowledgeable on cards, obviously. They barely know anything. But are they entertaining? They can be. The giggling is a little weird. It's a little bit much for me, because I swear the one kid just giggles at everything. And if it was a drinking game and every time he giggles you drank, you would basically keel over and collapse inside of a 7-minute episode. Like you'd be dead. It'd be over. But I have no moral objection to it. It's fine for what it is. If you're not into it, basically I would say watch an episode or two. If you really don't want to, if you really don't like it, then never watch it again.
I'll write it down and check it out.
I watched 5 minutes, and it seems to me it's like two guys or a bunch of dudes hanging out, blowing money, having a good time, and they don't know much about cards.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, all right, fine, whatever. So I would say, like, honestly, I wouldn't watch it for knowledge. I would watch it if you got a couple minutes to kill and you just want to see like some young guys run around and have a little fun with it. Don't take it too seriously, but just take it for what it is.
What are they into? They're collecting basketball, football, or
they're a lot of basketball and football for sure. A lot of basketball and football, but a lot of it is honestly them just truthfully, half the damn vlogs are them going to because they based out of Vegas. Half the damn vlog is them spending at least a chunk of time at a club, a chunk of time like at a bar, drinking and like getting like champagne service or something. It's like a lifestyle with a little bit of sports card content in there.
Bottle service. Whoa.
That's why I say the money is not coming from the cards. The cards cannot fund that. There are not enough margins in it. So that's why I say, like, don't treat it as anything more than. And
They're
and
spending all their PWCC money advance.
Sure. So here
Or
it is.
maybe
So Orlando's
Panini
giving a
money.
little bit more. Orlando's giving a little bit more background here. So Gamble has over 300K followers on the other channel. So realistically, there's already another YouTube channel that already has success in it built into it. And again, I also think that the family has money that's funding into it. Like, they're literally hop on a plane, go to a show, buy some cards, sell some cards, hop on another plane, come back to Vegas, go over to LA. Like, you cannot fund that on just
That's
the
how
cards
we
alone.
roll.
The deals aren't big enough. The deals are not big enough. There's not enough money being made for that to fund anything. It's just you're just like basically taking the edge off the costs. But again, it's a fun little quick vlog. If they're not long, if you just watch as kind of background stuff and you look over and get a kick out of it, it's like, all right. But if you're not into it, then you're not into it. So that'd be my answer to that.
All right.
Carlisle 72, if you include them in other teams' uniforms. Thank you, Carlisle. Fab 4 is back. Eric is Ringo. There you go.
No, if I'm anything, I'm Pete Best.
Good evening, Jason. All right, they're having fun. That's for sure. Yeah, that's what I say. Like, make the videos. I'm good with it. I don't care. That's what I say. I think a lot of people spend too much time worrying about us. Oh, it's like, what are these? It's like, then don't watch it. I don't watch every episode. I'll watch the odd episode here and there, and I'll see, like, all right, you still giggling? All right, good on you, kid. Have a
How
good
old
time.
are we
Have a
talking
good time.
about? They're in their 20s or so? Or?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's like, have a good time. Have a good time, kids. Whatever. You basically spent half your time. You spent half your time in Vegas. I get it. You're in your 20s and you're hanging around in Vegas most of the time. Like, I
I
understand.
don't remember my 20s. So.
There you go. That means you
Giggle?
did it right. That means you did it right.
Giggle.
I had fun, man.
Yeah. It's a laugh and mumble content. Great production. Yeah. I'd agree with that assessment.
Hey, you know what's on this weekend in Niagara Falls is the Comic-Con.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right. I know they've got a bunch of different Comic-Con. Is it one of the bigger ones?
Yeah, it's one of the decent ones. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
forget,
I
'cause we
can
got
imagine.
three guys that went into their own kind of Comic Cons. It's probably not called that, but I think it's something like that.
All right. Fair enough.
Niagara Falls is a great place, so it's like Vegas without.
Yep. Bob Jackson
women
says
and
these
gambling.
descriptions make it sound like the hobby version of Beavis and Butthead. You wouldn't be far off. There's a lot of that. And punching money into video poker machines. True. Bob Lewis is Pete Best. There you go. Bob Lewis reference in there.
I'm Pete Best.
Stuke. Good evening, Stuke. If you don't like something, don't watch. Not a novel concept. And sadly to some it is. Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like 3/4 of the hobby's problems. Look, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Sometimes I laugh because I'll sit there and I'll see like comments and think, I'm like, how could you possibly spend your time watching this? If you don't like it that much, why are you watching?
Yeah.
Even the time to write a comment, I don't understand. I watch stuff all the time that I'm like, oh, this is shit. And I've literally never left a comment. I'm like, why would I waste my time? It's-
Howard Stern became famous because the majority of his audience was hate watching, and made him a multi-freaking millionaire, if not a billionaire, and world famous. I don't think people hate watch him anymore, but when he was coming up and when he finally went national, yeah, they were hate watching.
And it works. Yeah.
And
WNBC.
yeah, WNBC, absolutely.
Yeah. And like I said, it goes both ways. Like, look, at the end of the day, it's your time. You do with it as you will. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your time. I just think, though, if you legitimately don't like it, and it's not just you like hate watching it, I guess, for the thrill of it or whatever, I don't get it. But you know what? You do you. Part of to give a little bit of a background, a little behind the scenes. I have not been nearly as prolific making videos on this channel as I usually am. And here's the thing: I've got the time to do it, and I've made less videos by choice. And part of the reason is I've got a list of ideas, but I kept going through the list, and I go, I've already talked about that. That's me repeating what I've already said and elaborating on it again. And I'm like, you know what? I've already said most of the general topic points that I want to hit on already. I would literally be, my last video that I had fun with was that 2019 all over again, where I literally took my own content from 2019, put an intro on it, and replayed it because I've said it already. I like the live stream because at least we can do the interactive thing. It's honestly, a lot of the stuff that I would make in the video, I end up doing in this format. But I used to do the videos as a supplement to it where I could go into more depth. It's like, I've already said it. So I'm like, you know what? It's not worth my energy then. I'm
And
not
it's
going to
not a lot going on either, right?
Yeah. If there was some news that I thought was interesting, like perfect example, and I'll give a perfect example to this. SGC did their recent thing where now they're going to do $15 grading for the football cards and this other stuff and whatever. And I know a bunch of folks made videos on it. I know Dustin made videos on it, made a video on it, and made it like it was a big deal. I'm like, it's not a big deal. It's it's good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a good thing. It makes it more affordable for folks that want to send cards into that category. And no upcharges is good, but they were already doing no upcharges for modern. So like really nothing, very little change. It was a very minor deal. I didn't feel like it necessitated a standalone video. But if you want to make one, I'm not gonna deny you. Hey, do it. It would have been a very easy video to make. Just to be clear, it would have been a very easy video to make, and people would have watched it. Because every time you do one of those videos where it's SGC, PSA, or whoever, it gets more views than the average video, just a generic video. It does.
How much do you think guys like Sports Car Radio, same example, different version, but like the hate, love, or just entertainment? What do you think it's the ratio on these guys?
Oh, the ratio I wouldn't know, but there's definitely a mix of both.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
all of it.
definitely.
Totally,
Yeah, because
yeah,
I mean,
100%.
they were already in the biz on the YouTube and their
Yeah.
website for over a decade, right? But during the boom, they kind of just played it in the background. They didn't do nothing. They just kind of like,
Yeah.
And then the last year now, like I think they tripled their subscriber and
Oh, for
audience.
sure. Yeah, because certain topics hit very well, and then they built the momentum off it. Like we talked
And I
about
think
before.
they got both. There was a lot of people just curious. There's a lot of haters, which is they salute every time haters. You know, so good for them, anyways.
Well, it was the example that Eric used about the hate watching and hate listening. The Howard Stern example.
Howard Stern.
It's
yeah,
the same
exactly.
idea. It's the same principle. And but like I said, we've given them credit for it. Like no, they used it very intelligently,
Hell
built
yeah.
an audience off of it, and it works. And then when they do their lives, they do very well. So it's one of those things like it works. So and historically, people play into it. That's why I kind of laugh. It's like, guys, well, you as a consumer get to choose what you want to do. So, but like I said, that's the reason though that I made an adjustment. I was like, I will make a video if I feel like there's something that I do want to respond to or react to. But a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing is just the same stuff over and over again. It's like, it doesn't excite me. If it doesn't excite me, I'm not even going to bother to turn the camera on.
Well, even the last one they did was it was too long for what they were reviewing. It just kept going and going. So I was skipping 5 minutes every time. I was like, that's enough. You know, and it gets to me with them, you know, unless it's some really interesting news, I'm skipping through most of everything, just kind of going for highlights.
Yeah, the audience is going to make that decision. As long as the audience is watching, then you know what, stay the course. Do what you need to do. And if it's working, great. I'm not going to argue. Don't argue with success, right?
I think I think the proof is in the pudding on this one, but I think a very large population hate watches Jeff Wilson.
I would say a lot of it, yeah.
Because there's always rebuttals and reaction videos to his videos. And there's all this hate and talk on shows like this where people will throw digs and make comments. Well, how do the people who are trashing this guy know so much about what he posts? Because they hate watch him.
Yeah. Well, Eric, look, I guess I would put it this way. I don't feel any need to prop up Jeff Wilson in any way, shape, or form. And let me ask you a question. Serious question.
Okay.
Who likes taking digs more than me?
We all do, don't worry.
No, I understand, but it gives
I-
me joy.
Let's say who's more in the out open about doing that. You are.
Like I just love it. It's what like it gives me joy.
It's like the three of us need oxygen to survive. You need hate.
Yes.
So, yeah. I
Yes.
get it.
But the thing is, and even I don't take digs at Jeff Wilson. You know why? It's too easy.
It's too easy.
There's no. It is literally. It's not even fish in a barrel. It's fish inside of a small chamber where there's only room for one fish, and the bullet can only go in one place.
Dynamite fishing.
I was like, there is no joy in this. This is joyless for me, because he'll say stupid stuff all the time, all the time, and I'm like, There's no point. I am not needed here, as you were. I'll just look around. I'll be like, I am not needed here in any way, shape, or form. As you were, please continue. I'm not going to stop you. By all means, do what you need to do. But it's like, I don't need to pile on. Y'all got this. I believe in you. You got it. What says people hate watching stuff is weird. Yep. Orlando says comment back and forth in the vintage versus modern cards. Speaking of Justin Gamble, good stuff. Thank you, Orlando. Baba Booey, there you go. Thank you, Dufex. I don't have the time or energy to watch things I hate, but I'm watching Carlos right now. Secretly, you love it, Wes. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
Secret watcher.
I appreciate you. And that, sir, is why I'm here. I'm assuming you wrote here. But thank you.
Hate watching.
Baba Booey and Beetlejuice, nice. Peter from SGC says he watches all SGC reveals. That's possible. There's not that many SGC reveals. He probably could. Are the haters more valuable than fans? Sometimes, yes.
I don't think YouTube makes the difference anyway.
No, YouTube can't tell the difference. For YouTube, it makes no difference. It works.
Comments, hate or not, that's great. You know?
It does. Yeah. So I would say so. And Sign of the Times, yes, I agree. But that's why I say, like, I would love to make a few more videos here and there. I just don't feel like the subject matter warrants it. I've kind of sat back and watched some of the stuff, even some of the stuff that I would traditionally do a reaction to. I'm like, you're not giving me much to work with. Like, even our buddy Geoff here, he did. He's doing his Jeff Wilson show. He does all kinds. He does hot takes in it, but like all hot takes suck. They're so lame. His last one is like an easy one. He was trying to explain. He was trying to be like, a little bit spicy with it and talking about like, vintage, and basically talking about, is vintage, I forget how he phrased it. It's like, is vintage overvalued or is vintage overpriced or whatever? Something like that. And he tries to like make this case for being the amount of production that certain years of vintage have, which is true, but then tries to make like this grandiose point of it. So I was like, okay, but again, you're not knowledgeable enough to make this a coherent argument. You can actually make a provocative case and make it interesting, but you're not capable enough. You don't know enough to be able to make the interesting, debatable point. And you also have your co-host who's doing a good job, but your co-host isn't knowledgeable enough to ask challenging questions to make it an interesting debate. I think a lot of vintage is produced in sufficient quantities where there's plenty. We talked about the Gretzky rookie a second ago. There's plenty of it. There's lots of it out there. It's not rare. Doesn't mean it's not desirable. Doesn't mean people don't want it. But it's not what everybody needs. And right now there's enough supply to take care of most of the demand. But anyway. Bob Jackson says on YouTube, interaction. Very true. Baz here. Good evening. Hobby Champs, speaking of hate watching, just watch a Zigano video. What's up, guys? What's up, Hobby Champs? Kamikaze Sports Card says, any chance 3 to 5 years down the road PSA is not king? 3 would be a stretch. Maybe 5 if some of them do something dramatic. I doubt it.
I can't.
It would take a lot. Like it's. I think people forget that. Let me put it this way: in order for PSA not to be king, as it presently stated, PSA would basically have to lose like 90% of their current submission levels, and like say SGC for example would have to sustain. Because SGC is not in a position to grade 1 million cards a month. They just can't do it. Even if they want to, they can't. So in other words, the only way that PSA loses the number 1 slot is they have to drop 90%, 95%, like literally collapse to no submissions relative to what they're doing right now. And the other guys have to sustain. But what that means though, is it means the grading universe collapsed. It means actually less people are grading. It didn't mean that the industry expanded and somebody took number 1 because of the growth. It means that they had to die, and then the other ones just basically held court, but they're not making more money really because they're basically grading what they're grading now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So because the problem is SGC is not in a position to suddenly double their output.
Right.
They had to grow a lot to get to their current level, and they've done a tremendous job, and they've done most things right. So that's why I say I want to give credit where it's due. They've done a lot of things right.
And PSA has continued to grow. They got the New Jersey office.
Yeah.
There's talks about them growing in other places. I think didn't they also go to Japan to do Pokemon cards or something?
They've got a Japan office. Yeah.
So they are expanding. They have multiple U.S. offices. They're maybe someday there might be one in Canada. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
They got one in Japan. They hired 100 new graders during the boom. They are a juggernaut. Plus, they have all the other companies underneath them, that they can use and help build their franchise. They are a juggernaut, and these other grading companies are simply that. They're just companies.
They're just juggers. Yeah.
I mean,
But one other thing though as well is every month that goes by, every month they grade 1 million cards. That's 1 million cards out of circulation that could be graded, unless you're talking about crackouts. So if you're talking about just grading through, a lot of this output is being put through, and it's cards after cards after cards. Well, how many cards in this universe? Like, we can only grade so many cards. Only so many cards need grading, or people want to grade them, or whatever. Like, there's a finite limit. Even as much has been produced, most of the stuff that's being produced does not necessitate grading.
right.
It just doesn't. And a lot of what people would like to grade, they are. So they're doing it. And they're doing such a, but like, even like I said, as SGC is as great a job as they've done, PSA is grading 10 cards for every 1 card SGC is grading. 10 cards for every 1. The gap is so big. You don't get to flip that. So in the 3 or 5 year window, that would be very difficult. Even at the end of that 5 year window, it would still be very difficult.
All their buildings would have to burn down.
Basically.
That could be.
So
Flames.
they'd all have to move to Canada and catch on fire and burn down.
Damn those burning Bobby Orr cards. Damn them. Wonder if Jeff Wilson will be cashing Gretzky's for Bedars next year. We can only hope. I look forward to the video, and I look forward to the correspondence and comments.
There will be, well, we know for a fact, I'll tell you right now, and no one, you guys are all going to agree, there are more Gretzky cards out there, if you look at all the O-Pee-Chees and all the tops, then there are going to be Bedards. They're not going to make as many Bedard rookies as there are Gretzky rookies. So you could trade in Gretzky rookies to get Bedards all day long, and that's a smart move. Because
Amazing.
you go get another Gretzky card 5 minutes later. But the Bedard cards are going to be much harder, and they're going to be, in comparison to Gretzky rookies, short printed.
Well, there's no sense of innocence for it. So,
Shocking.
Gretzky was. I bought chips, right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
So is that your hashtag investment advice,
Oh, yeah.
Eric?
Yeah,
Get on the DARs because there's less of them.
that's just math. That's just factual math. That's not even an opinion. But I'm more interested in trading Gretzky cards for potato chips. I think that's really the next big thing.
It is.
I think it's up there with NFTs and fractional sharing.
Amazing.
Now,
Carlos
it wasn't just plain potato chips. In 1979, Hostess came out with cherry, orange, and grape flavored. And didn't I freaking buy them? And weren't they god awful? Yeah.
Amazing.
Sounds pretty bad.
It was, but hey, it was 79. Hey, whatever, right?
Yeah, right.
It was fun.
Carlos says, given how quickly SGC currently turns around cards, it seems like they could increase capacity tremendously if they return to a PSA's pace. I'm trying to understand this comment, Carl. PSA technically is slower in returning. So SGC would decrease capacity.
Mm-hmm.
They're releasing the cards. So to be clear, two things. SGC is turning the cards around right now very quickly because they've developed enough. They've got enough capacity in-house to handle what they're doing. But they're doing the equivalent of close to, we're being approximate, about 5,000 cards a day. PSA is doing approximately 50,000 cards a day. If SGC had 50,000 cards, they'd have a 9-day backlog in one day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they just don't have the capacity to do. Now, I'm sure they have a little more. Like, they have a little buffer built into it. They're not running everybody into the ground every single day to hit the 5,000. But that's also what's being submitted. The 5,000 includes those $9 specials. It includes any other specials they're running. They do get little bumps here and there, but for the most part, they're kind of hovering around that range. With everything SGC has done well, they've increased the amount of demand for their stuff, their services, but there's only so much it's increased. And like, there's a comment here about lowering the price even further, and I'll touch on it real quick, but there's only so much they can do other than make it like 1 hour turnaround grading for $1. Like, there's only so much you can do to try to make it more appealing. I think they've done about as good a job as they can. If people are interested, they have plenty of incentive. But if they're not interested, then it's not going to matter.
I don't think they're that interested. I don't think they're driving their business to that degree. I think they're happy in the sort of space that they're in right now. And moving forward, I don't see them really taking on too much more. Well, how many more graders are they getting? How many more? What's the turnaround time?
Yeah.
It's just, they are where they are for, I think, the reason, the way he's pushed the business. And I think that's okay.
Well, I think right now being solid number 2 is not a bad place to be.
It is.
I think that could be highly profitable. Like that, you could do very well as a business just being a solid, strong number 2. Like, there's plenty of money to be made. You could be very successful just doing that, and keeping people happy, and then you don't have to deal with the pressure of being number 1 and getting all the criticism that goes along with that.
And you're maintaining a little bit more consistency, I would say, because you don't have the mass graders that I think that PSA does. Because I've noticed a large influx of questionable grades, and it really depends. You got 134 guys grading cards. They're not all going to be great on the money. So
makes sense. Bob says here, amusing how people sometimes root for the top thing in the industry to fall. How is X going to slay the king? There's a lot of that, yeah. If SGC graded cards for free, they could take down PSA. I don't think they would. Here's the thing. Even for free, I'm not sending in most of my cards. Like, I'm not interested. Even for free. I actually don't like the holder. So, and I have no problem buying SGC graded cards. Like, I got this in my mail today. I have no problem buying a card that's already been put in the holder by somebody else. But I would not have sent this in, even for free, to put it in the holder. I don't care if it's free, and I don't care if it is 1 hour turnaround grading.
I think there's a few cards that they're really well positioned for SGC.
Yes.
But for the most part, PSA or any other one that's more plain, clear, without too much, detachment from the label being too busy. I think, that's PSA is probably the best. Well, the other ones are okay too.
Well, here's the thing though. Even if this tactic worked, again, using the same, assuming the only reason for existing and they hate money, even if they did this, again, what I just said a second ago. All right, if they got PSA submissions for 1 month, they'd have a 20-month backlog immediately, and all of a sudden SGC wouldn't be so appealing anymore. Like, it would wreck the whole point is that they can get the cards back to you in a very reasonable period of time, very quickly, right? The moment you drown them in cards, Peter has to go. SGC Pete has to go and now it's $100 a card. Wait, why is it $100? Because we actually don't want you to submit. We want you to stop. We have to put the taps. Outside of just telling you we're not taking any cards, our alternative is to jack up the price to basically stop you.
And to
2020 all over again.
Yeah, and that happened. They've done this in the past, and they did it for a good reason. They got overwhelmed, and they corrected and made an adjustment. But that's why you're seeing that the consistent comment in SGC land is, even for the $15, the $15 is good, but why not 10 or 12? That would be a really good sweet spot and would make it not only competitive, but would make it very appealing for a lot of cards that people would be more interested in submitting in bulk. But SGC won't do it. Why? Because they're already getting a pretty decent amount of cards at the current level they're doing, and they don't want to suddenly double the amount of submissions overnight, because that would not work in their favor.
Then they have to grow and get a new building and all these other things. So,
and they've already been doing that, and even then, like, they're at a very comfortable level right now.
Yeah.
They don't
And
want to
that's sweet
suddenly
spot
have to
right
hire
now. Don't rock
randomly
the boat.
50 graders off the street and
Yeah.
deal with those issues, and there's a lot of problems with that.
So they will never catch, PSA. So there's never a worry. I think they found their marketplace. I think the struggles really for CSG and
Beckett.
whatever they're doing. I have no idea. And, Tag has their own little niche. And I don't think there's, what's that other one? ISA.
Hey, according to the ISA guy, Jason Kuntz, he
Yep.
claimed that last month they did 42,000 cards.
I've been
Even
hearing
though
some
nobody
numbers
can
from
verify
people.
that.
I've been hearing big numbers from other people too about this, and I said I've never heard of really ISA until we heard about Kuntz and what have you. So I said, all right, so they're number what? And the guy says, well, I think they're close
According to
number
him, he's saying he's number 3.
Number
He's
three,
saying
and
he's
I'm
number
sitting there
3.
going, in what video have I ever seen their name even come up?
I would like to see an ISA grading submission reveal. That is what I would like to see.
Yeah.
I'd like to see one.
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Such a
Let's
thing
see
yet.
one. 42,000 cards, and I haven't seen a single video about a reveal.
Actually, Carlos, do a search on eBay and look up ISA. How many,
I had done a quick one. I'll check in a
a
second.
Gretzky rookie or something? I don't know.
Anything. Yes.
Because they're out of Michigan, are they not?
I don't remember. Yeah. Wherever Kuntz is based out of.
I think so, yeah.
Can any of you imagine a scenario where the hobby tax is the next year? Absolutely not. Not next year. No chance. Unless you basically collapse the hobby now to 1% of what it is, and then we get back up to 10%.
No,
Like if you collapse it immediately, like right now.
So the question is, can you see a scenario? Yes, I can. We have another.
Does it involve crumble cookies? Because I'm getting excited.
Yep.
That would be awesome.
Amazing.
No, we have another pandemic type situation.
But it wouldn't 10x. Not from where we are. We haven't fallen back below the previous one.
No,
And a lot of people did get burned. I don't think we'd be able to replicate that. I think you'd get a bump, but you wouldn't get a bump like that.
Depends how bad the next situation is.
Well, but that's why I said a second ago, if the scenario is to 10x, very important point when anybody asks this question, even the 10x, the original 10x statement, I said, okay, what's the baseline? I asked a very important question in this. I go, okay, you say 10x again, even if I want to humor this notion, which I don't think there's any scenario where it happens. Okay, what is the baseline? 10x compared to what? This is important because depending on the answer to that question, it goes from being impossible to plausible. If we cherry pick our spot right, sure, but nobody ever tells me what the baseline is. What are we basing this based off of?
There was never an X given.
That's right. So it's like I don't know what are we comparing it to because depending on the answer to that question, sure.
Damn.
Yeah. Otherwise, the answer is no. so it's like it's really easy.
Words on that one.
It would have to be something catastrophic, just like the last time. That's my answer.
I don't even think so. I think people are educated enough now going forward that they're not really going to jump back in. It was sheer ignorance, people getting into that. They didn't realize what was going on until they started to see how much money they could make flipping a card and how fast it was going up in the marketplace and how many videos that were out there just having fun saying, yeah, I just, made 40 grand. It was crazy. Man.
Look, I already know the answer. I'm sure you all do too. But the last 3 years, let's say outside of YouTube, just at your circle around you, how many more collectors you know? How many more card people you know? How often can you talk about cards when you get out your house? Other than if I talk to any of you guys or my other peeps and stuff, I got nobody. So if you're telling me that people are 10x and they're going to get even more into this, no way.
I talked to you today, man.
But I didn't know you guys before the boom.
What's that?
I didn't know you guys before the boom.
No, I know. Okay. Like I said, outside of, do I really know you again because of the cards or more like through YouTube because we like cards, right? What I'm saying is like me directly going out in the street, I don't know any more people that collect than before, really. Like it's not even a thing.
All right, let me
we talked about before, Carlos. Like how many 100 people you go knock around your neighborhood collect cards?
Oh, like zero.
Maybe one.
Maybe a couple of kids collect Pokemon or something. Like maybe if you get the right households and some kids collect Pokemon, maybe that might be as far as it goes.
So to go 10x, no way, man.
Yeah. Let me quickly read a couple of these comments here. I'll get caught up on these. So Stuke says, correct, Carlos, Gretzky and Jordan Fleer cards are quite common. Yes, they are. Very much so. Saw a collection with 178 Gretzky rookies, 5 Peachy, 33 86 Fleer sets, and 15 X Jordans. Yeah, there's no scarcity there. There's plenty. There's plenty out there. Plenty to go around. Some people are hoarding, but like if for whatever reason they ever pass away and it gets distributed evenly, we'll all have Jordan rookies. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
A Jordan rookie for every mouth. You'll all be all right.
Play site and see how many have been graded. I mean, is it 1 million yet? I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, there's plenty. But that's what I mean. Like these are not rare cards, and but I want to emphasize that doesn't mean that people don't want them. There is demand. There is desirability for some of these because some people just want to have the card. They want to have it as part of their collection, to like a checkbox to say as a collector I have owned X, whatever. Cool.
You got top 10 Hall of Famer collection. Yeah, you're gonna have that, right?
Yeah, but for the most part, like if you genuinely want one, set some money aside. You can get your hands on one and have your pick of the litter. Like there's enough out there that you can find a copy that'll suit your desires.
It's usually pocketbook, but anyways.
It's gonna have to put aside some pennies, Bobby. I'm sure somebody will take them. We'll get Eric to take the pennies. He thinks they're still legal tender. Yeah. Hope you're having a great Friday. Thank you for Leaf cards. Upper Deck printed sheets of Griffey only cards. Yes. I'm just quickly scanning through and getting caught up here. The LCS that didn't get the Fanatics allocation might just sling Upper Deck, perhaps. When I was talking about pace, I meant the number of days before you got your card back, not how many cards are graded per day. They're already doing pretty. I think I'm trying to remember here. The original comment was if they went to PSA's pace, but if they went to PSA's pace, the thing is it doesn't affect capacity because you still got to get the cards to come in. Right now, the fact that they can turn the cards around means that the graders grade the card, boom, back out the door. In reality, the fact that they can turn it around so quick would help with capacity, but the thing is, people aren't submitting in those levels. Like you can't manufacture the demand to submit. SGC is not a new company. They're not ISA that randomly claims numbers out here. SGC goes back to the 90s. They have been around long enough that now their mistake early on was they leaned so heavy on vintage, they kind of ignored modern. Now they're trying to get into the modern landscape because they found in vintage they were operating this small tiny company with single digit graders. Well, that's how many they needed to actually cover what they were doing. However, it didn't mean their work wasn't good. It didn't mean they weren't doing their job properly. Today, they're trying to do everything and trying to be everything for everybody. And again,
I've always respected SGC's grades.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, there's never been a question.
Yeah, and I think there's some things that they do very well, and there's some things they've adjusted that I think are good ideas that I've talked about in the past. I showed this card a second ago, but part of what I think was smart when they did this, when they redid the label, they put the serial number on the bottom of the label. So if it's a serial number card, you can actually see it right on the front. You don't have to turn it to the back. If you want to, you can, but it's right here. It tells you exactly what the serial numbering is. So if you're a prospective buyer, you already have the information directly in front of you right here. That's a great feature. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think having the authentic grade, but telling you trimmed, telling you recolored,
like that.
giving you information. That's good. Again, I am giving them credit where it's due. I don't like the holder. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I wouldn't send in a card to grade this myself. However, it's already graded like this. I have absolutely no qualms buying the card in this holder and leaving it in the holder for now because there's no harm and it's doing its job very well.
I think their holders are some of the best looking because I mean, do we like PSA because they're so visually pleasing, or because they have been around so long and they increase the value of your card? Because
we like the CSGs.
Because I like those too. Now that they've changed,
That's
but
right.
as SGC is black and white, right? Big number, black and white. Black and white goes with everything. This is red. My card is green. It looks like a freaking Christmas tree. PSA is this red and black. This does not look good. People have tried to convince me for years that these things are the best looking, and it's like, no.
I honestly think it's a Terry Riley card that's running it.
I will drive up there right now. Punch
you. You will not be able to find it.
Please.
You will not find it through the smoke. Come on down. I'll save the crumble cookies for you.
Follow
I got one left.
So
Good.
PSA holders don't look good, guys. They're red.
Nobody. I don't think anybody is arguing the aesthetic appeal of a PSA
They
holder.
suck.
No.
If you have a card that looks different and doesn't match red, then PSA holders suck.
Obviously, look, they don't have the aesthetic.
Everything.
Eric, not everything has the aesthetic appeal of the Beckett holder. Calm down. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
All right,
Black
real
label.
quick. I need to read here and I'm getting caught. I'm about 8 minutes behind. Let me get caught up here. All right, Kamikaze says, what were your guesses on minimum PSA grading costs when economy was at $150 a card? The costs haven't really changed. Not really a lot. When they hired more people, maybe they paid a few people more, but it's cost-wise is about the same. You couldn't pay me to put my cards in those hideous ISA slabs. Yeah, I've seen the slabs. It's not great. They're not very good. Jeff says, yes, ISA is based in Michigan, so thank you for that. And thank you, Hobby Champs. Carlisle, SGC is currently graded about a tenth of what PSA does, correct? And they're returning them significantly faster. Yep. So their capacity for meeting PSA standard is much higher than 1/10. Yes, but the demand to send them the cards is not more than 1/10.
No.
So it's like, you guys could be capable. The point is they're not, it doesn't 10x that way. Yes, they're faster, but they're not 10 times faster. So they still wouldn't be able to match the bandwidth. And in order to match the bandwidth really, even with the amount of cards that PSA gets, they're also not taking a lot of time grading the individual cards. Most of the cards are kind of zipping through the grading portion of it pretty quick. It's everything else that's slowing it down. SGC has a really good system that they've developed. You don't know for sure if it can scale if we suddenly increase the amount of cards going through the door. would they be able to scale their current process to match that? I don't know the answer to that question. But if they can't, for whatever reason, what if they start making greater mistakes in accordance to that sudden influx and increase just to keep up? Even though they can grade it at this speed, what if the turnaround time still suffers because they don't have the efficiencies, they're doing it a certain way, and they just can't scale that way? We're assuming. We don't know exactly how they're doing their operation. We don't know if they can scale. The baseline being the all-time low pre-pandemic boom. If you go with the all-time low pre-pandemic boom, maybe. But in fairness, if you go the all-time low pre-pandemic boom, we've already 10x. So if you go by that number, then in fact, Fanatics should declare victory. Eric, get the mission accomplished banner. Dust it off.
Yes. Yep.
We need it. We're bringing it in. If we go by that metric, Brendan, then in fact, they've already accomplished it. We're probably way more than 10x at this point. Even still, even with the decline, we're still probably over 10x the pre-pandemic boom. Proof of the Griffey only sheet. All right, I'll move on for you guys here. You guys do your thing. They're only uncommon and high grade, same as everything else. James says vintage. But actually, my LCS got one in Upper Deck, paid to get it back. No video proof from 89. Fair enough. 100,000. Okay, you guys keep talking about the Griffey rookie. I'm with you. Let's go through here. People like PSA because they're crowned the king at some point by the hobby due to resale value. Yeah, and it wasn't that long ago, to be fair. PSA holders suck, and the tags are ugly. There you go.
I hate it when Bob and I agree.
Yeah. Nat Turner is lighting a candle for Eric. Facts. All right, real quick, I want to go here. If I wanted to make a slide good, it's like if you wanted a coaster to look good.
I'm sorry. No, that's a perfect example. They're clear. They're engraved or whatever they are.
Listen, Eric, for the last time, I think Tag is phenomenal. I think they do a great product here. I'll prove it. I'll test it right now. It's fantastic.
I think it looks.
It held up beautifully. That's quality, my friend.
It's beer mug resistant.
Quality. That is quality. And this is not a light sign.
Nope.
I have no problem criticizing them for a handful of things, but I do like the way they look. I think you don't have to worry about color matching stuff. Your card will not look like it's a freaking Christmas tree. I think it's perfect that they don't have color added to because.
But you know what would be better, Eric? The problem is the tag guys are lying to us. They're saying that their entire thing, Bobby, help me out with this. The entire marketing campaign, the 47 parts on floating heads thing, is that the label is clear and hard to read unless you put something behind it, because they want to put the emphasis on the card, not on the label, right? You know what would make the emphasis on the card even better? If you just eliminated the label and just cut the thing off. And you could probably do it in such a way where you could do a home kit where you just magnetize it and you kind of seal it that way. I think I've seen them. I think they're called one touches.
Turn it upside down and you're good.
Well, no, you just get rid of this. And then you can only see the card, and then it's completely focused on it. That's fantastic. Like, that would be even better. I bet I think Ultra Pro is working on a prototype of this.
Maybe.
It's just like this, and it's just like a magnet on top, and you just seal it, and it's way cheaper than the coaster.
Yeah,
cheaper than the coaster. Facts.
All right, you had your run. I still say it looks nice. I like it. I like it that it's so clear. I like it that it doesn't take away from the card. I like it. So that's that.
I told you if they cut off the top, it would take away less from the card.
There's plenty to criticize. I'm not saying it's a perfect situation over there, but. I like the way that looks. It doesn't look stupid like this.
The Oaks. Good evening, Oaks. I mean, my Ottawa CFL cards would look fine in those. There you go.
Yeah.
It would be color matched. That is true. That is a fact. The red blacks, man. The red blacks.
Mm-hmm.
I think the PSA flip looks like it should be tabbed on file folders for accounting medical records. Possibly.
See, again, I that's it. I changed my opinion. I will not live in a world where Paul and Bob agree with me. I will not. So I love the red PSA slabs and everything. They're the best. I like Christmas trees. I can't imagine a world without them. I will not live in a world where I agree with Paul and Bob.
I was about to say, like, what do you have against Christmas, Eric?
No.
Yeah.
Eric doesn't like Christmas.
No, I don't. Never have.
Carlos says, I bought 2 Gem Men Tops living cards this weekend, but 2 Beckett Gem Men Tops living cards this weekend, but let's keep that between us. I wouldn't want anyone to judge me. Fair.
You're being judged.
By Eric, mostly, yes.
Yes.
My LCS has more connection to more LCS stores, 2-page ads, and the. Oh, I know how you guys are still arguing about the Griffey rookie. All right, as you were, as you were, gentlemen, as you were. I got a PSA graded card and can't believe how flimsy they are. People think that the bee's knees. I don't think anybody. I don't think. I honestly would love to hear one actual comment where someone says that it's the holder. I don't think anybody has ever argued that the holder is the thing.
No,
but I get your point.
It's the best. The label's the best. The plastic's the best. The strength of it. It's all the best. Best.
Best of the best.
Yeah.
Carlos, quick question.
Go ahead, please.
So I got an iPhone. I got a message I want to answer. Do I have to leave or can I flip out? Do you know?
I honestly think my experience says that if you go to it, it'll mess with the audio or whatever. I would go out and come back in.
Okay.
That's what I would do. So go for it if you want. Go,
well, I'll give it a shot, but
give it a try. But usually it messes with the audio. In my experience, that's what's happened before to me. But give it a try. Do your thing. Real quick, Brendan's here says BSC Mirmark, where's the thing? Here's the thing. I joked about this and I thought about it. I actually have a couple extra of these. The truth is, it's shipping. The shipping would be so prohibitively expensive, and these are not cheap. I like them. I'm a big fan of them, but unfortunately, it just costs too much to ship. I'd have to get one of those fulfillment places that do them and like make them on demand for you and ship it. I love the thing, but also I honestly don't know who people talk about it like, oh, well, I'd love to buy one. Guys, these stupid things are expensive. If you do anything custom and you're not ordering a lot of them, they're actually very expensive per unit. I don't think, like, trust me, I want it because it's amusing for me and I like having it here. And I've been using the same one since I got it, and I've got an extra. But it's like I don't think anybody else actually wants to pay what it would cost to get one of these stupid things. Absolutely not.
Other than Eric, no.
Yeah. I don't mind the PSA holder. You remove Eric. There you go. PSA slabs are sturdy like IKEA furniture. There you go.
Same.
Make them Expo exclusive. They'd have to be very Expo exclusive. And pre-order definitely would have to be the case, Bob. I think the black border magnetic holders are the best product in the card market. I know. Way better than the coaster, Eric.
You know something? Those also look nice. Yeah.
Just saying.
Agree.
I feel like I've developed the Tag 2.0 model where you just eliminate the top off of it completely, go to the magnet version, and you don't even have to send it the tag to get it graded. And the best part is the turnaround time's even faster. Yannick, the turnaround time's like lightning. You literally open it, put the card in, close it, and boom, you're done. Amazing. And guess what? If you need the 1,000-point scale, I'll get a random number generator, and it'll give you a number. Hold on. Now you're getting me thinking, Eric. You're getting me thinking. I like when I get these ideas. Ideas are amazing.
Hey, can you guys fill me in? I didn't. Was there like a break with some celebrity that Tubbs did, and now people are calling something?
Yeah, I heard about this, but honestly, only
weird
vaguely.
about it.
Honestly, only very vaguely. I think
that's all I know.
I think Michael Rubin was involved in it and everything, and the fix is in, and I go, and here's the thing: I haven't looked into it at all. But if Michael Rubin's there, you know what? For the sake of argument, just so I don't get an argument with the people, sure. Yeah, the fix is in. Totally rigged it. It's a mark box. All right.
How's the audio?
Okay, cool. So that's what's about. People think
you're
it's
good, Bobby.
a big thing. Okay,
you're good, Bobby.
It works, guys.
All right, good news, guys. All right, Eric, your card is an 897.
Oh, nice.
I have hit the random number generator. I have used tag technology at random.org, and it is an 897. Congratulations.
Oh, well, hold on a second then. Gee whiz.
Yeah, just write down.
So it's a good 8. Is that what you said?
I think so, yeah. Something like that. I don't know, or maybe an 8.5 or something. Like I have no idea. Whatever the stupid chart says.
A strong 8, week 9.
What? Yeah, something like that.
All right, hold on. I want to make sure.
897. 897. And if you want, I will send you to a printout that'll show you a bunch of readings you can't read anyway, and it'll confirm that it's an 897.
There you go.
Okay.
Done.
Give me a second.
I don't know what the tag guys are bragging so much about it. Like random.org has been around for years. I used that shit in 5 seconds. That was amazing.
It's awesome.
That was easy. You and your stupid patents. Trash. Like, what a waste of time. I could have done that for you in 5 seconds. How much does Betty Sleep cost these days? Over a penny. Yes, Yannick, Fanatics break with some soccer. Oh, it was a soccer player. That's right. The box had a Jackie Robinson 101 cod auto. Yes. And a Trout auto. Oh, well, so you know what that offsets?
Of course.
Hold on. You get a Jackie Robinson 1-on-1 cut, fixes in, and Trot Auto, that's kind of bad. So that kind of offsets. It evens out.
Yeah. Is that pull from that?
Did they have to explain to the soccer player who Jackie Robinson was? Or?
I don't know, maybe. Bob Jackson says, Carlos, can you grade my card next with the tag technology? Go for it, Bob. Tell me what the card is, and we'll find out what it is on the 1/1000 scale.
Yep.
So 1,000 point scale is really the waterproofing resilience. See, they have utility. I think you're trying to be nice, Brent.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
That's
All
Make
right,
it out.
warm me up.
Make it
Warm me
out.
up.
Poopy pony grading.
Do it.
There we go.
You see?
Yep.
We needed who needs the worthless coaster makers when we can do this shit ourselves? I just took care of it. Someone go tell Floating Head and his worthless garbage that he needs to get his money out of the equity. He's wasting his time.
But Eric was saying he likes clear when he got white there.
Listen, he's a weird dude. He changes his mind. He flip-flops constantly.
I think so.
Yep. When Upper Deck will launch the Connor Bedard card boxes, Hostess will launch the Mr. Marquis potato chips and grape, cherry, and orange. Live the dream. Oh, it's an 86-87 Opeachy Peter Klima. Ooh,
That's
We don't
the
joke
best.
about that.
1,000 scale? Let's
Hey.
find out.
We don't joke about that.
Ooh, Bob,
we
you know
do
what? You're
joke
not
about
far
that.
off. Hold on. You're not far off. Let me show. Hold on. Just so
Yeah.
we can all see. It is an 893.
Even
Not bad.
better.
Not
Went
no,
up 6
no, Eric had an 897. This is an 893. Remember, 1,000
sorry.
point scale, folks. 1,000 point
Yeah.
scale.
I don't think this game's funny anymore. I think Bob ruined it.
Hilarious.
And between Bob and that jerk from Quebec down there who put up that, the cup win of Edmonton because of that goal by Peter Klima, both of you can go.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
so can I ask a question to meet our Canadian content requirements per the CRTC note? So here's my question. I didn't watch the Stanley Cup final at all. I haven't watched 1 second of it. However,
Is it
Florida
over?
Florida did at least make it a series. They did
They
win
did.
a game, so
They
that's
did.
good. This is good.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 questions. Number
Okay.
1, and I'll leave it to you gentlemen to discuss. How do we feel about the series so far? Does this now suggest that Florida is going to continue to make it a series, or is this like a bump in the road and then Vegas takes control in Game 4? Open-ended question. However direction you want to take. I'm just going to get a refill, but I leave it to you gentlemen to discuss.
Roll the dice in this.
I'll go
playoff
first.
series.
I don't watch hockey. It sucks. So next. Go ahead, Eric.
I hate you so much.
Yannick is talking some serious sense, I got to admit.
Oh, I
Like-
hate him.
I can't wait to see you in November, buddy.
I like to see it go to 7. None of the two have ever won a Stanley Cup, so 7 games would be great. And Vegas to come up the winner, I'm happy.
None of these two places have snow. So how in the fuck does that make sense to have a Stanley Cup final between these two things? But that's just
I know when you have a heat wave, right?
that's
Then
just
again, we're burning up here.
hockey
so I
in
don't know.
June. Come on.
Hey,
I
we got
am,
the fire going on up here, so I don't
I am
know.
greatly disappointed in this series so far. Last week, I gave my thoughts on what this series would be like. I picked Florida to win in 5 games. I said it would be low scoring, one goal games.
You
I
still got a
said
chance.
I said that Florida wouldn't allow Vegas, Vegas would have to fight for every inch, and they'd just shut them down and beat them up. And Vegas came out and just unleashed a 1980s Edmonton Oilers beating
Mhm.
on Florida. They were just scoring at will. They controlled everything. And I don't really have a dog in the fight. I don't really care who wins, but I want my hope is 7 games, competitive every game, 1 goal, 2 goal games, some overtime games. That's what's exciting about the Stanley Cup Finals.
So
Having
5-2,
games-
7-2, 3-2
Yeah,
so far.
Yeah, having games 1 and 2 be blowouts, that is not good for hockey. It's not good for trying to get new fans.
Sorry, Eric. Who did you say was gonna win? Who's your prediction?
I predicted Florida in 5.
Okay, so that means Vegas gonna win. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, right now the Florida in 5's already ruined, regardless. So that's out. Eric's run though in the playoffs has been prodigious. Basically, all you had to do is just bet against everything he
Eric.
said in every round, and you would be doing tremendously right now.
This is correct.
Be a millionaire in pro
You
line.
should be the guy on TV
Sensational.
there, the Bet
I've
365,
been
and
wrong
Eric's prediction
every
tonight.
single round.
Just getting caught up in the comments here. Hard fought series would be best for them. Yeah, well, look, like I said, I'm not interested. The reason why I said that I haven't watched any of it is just I'm genuinely not interested. This matchup doesn't interest me. However, for the people that are watching, I would like it to be a good series. It's better if it's a good series. It's better for the sport if it's a good series. So, for the sake of the people involved, I hope it's a good series. But I'm not going to be watching.
Just example, I watched more junior hockey in the last week than I watched hockey in the last decade. So,
Real quick, I'm just scrolling through here. Bob was off way too long. Streak was up. Florida sat for too long.
It's possible.
There you go. Just scanning through here. I just want to make sure I covered it. Is there something
No,
else I was missing?
that's always been an excuse with teams that had to sit longer than their opponents, that they get rusty. I just don't. I've never bought into that, even when it would the excuse would benefit a team I supported. These are professional athletes. When they won their last series, they didn't just go golfing and said, "Let me know when I'm up and I'll come back." These guys were in practice every day, in the weight room, and they had the opportunity to let injuries heal. And to win a Stanley Cup, the majority of your team is going to the hospital afterwards. They are going to be broken this, broken that, torn this, torn that, surgery needed. That's how you win a Stanley Cup. And for them to have all that time off to let some of those things heal up is a positive thing. This rust thing, professional athletes should not have rust. I have rust. Okay. And now, literally, I think it's possible for me to actually form rust because part of me is metal. But I have never bought into that. They sat too long and they're rusty.
Well, that's supposed to be where, to be fair, that's where the coach's job should be to understand that and then do what he needs to do to arrange. He set up a scrimmage, adjust the practice in some way. That's a coaching staff's job, is to be like, all right, guys, so you're going to be a little bit out of sequence. Well, then we need to practice some, like we're playing at least part of a game, so that you can at least be sharp on your passes. At least you shouldn't be rusty in the middle of a Stanley Cup where you have to play so many rounds and so many games. There's no reason. You've been playing plenty of hockey this entire time, leading up until this point.
They've been playing since September. Okay, there is no rust. These are the best hockey players in the world in the NHL. I just don't buy into that. I don't believe it in basketball. I don't believe it in any sport. This is what they do for a living. They get paid millions of dollars. They're the best on the planet. I don't believe in rust.
Well, like that Canadian singer says, rust never sleeps.
Wow. So does anybody adjust their pick based on where we're sitting right now? So it's 2-1. Anybody want to adjust their pick, or we're sticking with what we got?
No.
Well, obviously the in-5 for Eric
again.
is already a loser. So, but outside of that, yep, Bobby's got Vegas.
And I'm going to Vegas after when they win.
Ooh, you're gonna hang out with the Justin Gamble boys? Get it on the bottle service.
I don't know. Depends what the casino they're in.
Fair enough. Russ never sleeps. There you go. Good stuff. Yeah. Want to make sure that we at least touch on the hockeys. Contractually obligated in Canada.
I have a show and tell. So something
promise.
I picked up recently, and it's a puck.
Mm.
And let me see here. There we go.
no,
Oh,
nice.
wow. From the 50s?
It's from the 30s, actually.
30s. Wow.
Yeah, it's an old CCM. Now, see, there's no, on the side there's no knurling, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. So you can see the puck. But the condition of this is phenomenal. So,
Oh, my God, yeah.
anyways, that's a nice CCM. What's CCM stand for?
Good question.
Canadian Cycle and Motorcycle.
Wow, Eric, the word cycle is in it.
Yeah.
You should have a
and
tattoo.
motorcycle.
You should have it tattooed on your
I
body.
had no
man.
idea. I never heard about it.
Something, I was like, wow, I don't think I've ever been told.
No, me neither.
Okay.
Canadian. You said Canadian cycle and motorcycle.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, they've been around since the turn of the century. So sports equipment, you've seen it all.
I just figured it was some type of rubber manufacturing, and I don't.
Yeah,
know.
there was a lot of those, like Gutta Percha and a few other ones that they would make pucks, but CCM was a sports supplier, so, and Spalding and all the other ones too. But that's just a Canadian specific one, so it's really.
And then
cool.
Converse had pucks for the NHL also for a while, right?
Yeah, Converse came out. Yeah, I think they were maybe in the 50s. I'm not sure if they went to the 40s. Pucks, there is a book. There was a book actually made. It was a guy named Becker who made these books, and those books used to sell for. They were in one of those plastic spiral kind of things, and they used to sell for $200-300 US. And then he added the WHA, and I think he did them in 90, something like that. And the hobby is so rife because some of these pucks, you can sit there and buy a puck for $5 and it could be worth, $600-700.
Yeah.
You just don't know. And, if I had the time, I would do something on pucks because it would be nice to get that information out there because people just really don't know. And they say, well, you can look at the Becker's book. I'm going, yeah, but they just show you a picture and they show you an old price from like 25 years ago. So, it's rife for somebody to do that, and I wish somebody would step up and actually do that. And a Bobby Orr book would be great, but nobody knows enough about Bobby Orr, I guess. So
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, he's an obscure rando.
Who?
I've never heard of him.
He's got a rookie card, doesn't he? Yeah.
Booby Orr though was goat.
Booby.
Oh,
Yeah.
him.
Booby Orr was like goat level, the best, the best.
Yes.
Bobby Orr sounds like some random handman nigger. Never heard of the guy. Carlos here says, I've never been a bit of a game used sort of collector, but I think it would be cool to have a hockey goalie mask.
Yes.
Fair.
Those are expensive, man.
They are for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. That's part of the and the tricky thing with a lot of the game used is obviously depending on what you collect or what you're into. Some of it just takes up space.
Game used goalie mask, then you're talking huge dollars.
Mm-hmm.
10K, 15K, that kind of stuff. But even just like a Jacques Plante, one of his masks, because he had the first mask company, and a Fibro Sport it was called, and his masks go for $500-600 US, and that's just one that you would buy at wherever. You buy it from him, or you could buy it at Simpsons or Sears or wherever. Back in the day. So masks, pucks. Maybe something.
If I could get one legitimate mask,
Yeah,
other
there's
than Jerry Cheevers, it would
Other
be
than Jason Voorhees, go on.
It would
Reggie.
be no, his mask was boring. I would get was it Simmons with a D? Simmons, with the cobra. Right, he had the cobra on his mask.
If you say so.
No, that's him. And there was the other guy who did the cougar, which was crazy.
Begins with a G.
Yeah, I know. And he was the first one to do it. And he said he gave it to. I met him in person. I can't remember his name. I'm so sorry. He said he gave it to some kids who were playing ball hockey after he finished his career.
Right. Philly Joe's got a question here. Is the Cheevers mask a one of one? Have there been multiple versions of it, or is it just the one mask?
Yeah, there's two, I believe.
Yeah, I think there's a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Yeah,
there's
just
two.
this question.
He had one for practice, and he had one for games, I believe. So I think there was two.
Because it was a progressive mask, because he used to put stitches every time he got hit someplace significantly.
So
but the first one came to here on him, and then you'll see at the end of his career it came back here. So there's a couple of different ones.
So basically, who's the first goalie who started to decorate his mask? His mask.
Well, they say Cheevers was the first one to decorate his mask.
Oh yeah, decorate.
Yeah,
decorate. Decorate is a distinction. Not the first mask, but the first one with decoration.
The first who said, like, hey man, I'm gonna bling my mask with stuff.
Cheevers is the one that gets credit for the first.
The stitches.
But he didn't do it. He didn't do it till in what 72 or 3. Like he didn't do it right off the beginning.
Yeah,
I
no, I don't think the decoration and adornment came until later. At first, it's like, no, this serves a purpose, but then later on, they started decorating it, just I guess for individuality. So
Yeah, I think it might have been 69, 70 that he started doing that with his mask. I think
Really? That early?
I think so. He
Look
played
up his
without a
rookie
mask.
card. Carlos, where's his rookie card? Action scene.
He,
Sorry.
he played.
He doesn't have a
played
mask in
without a mask.
68. 69, he doesn't have a mask. 70. No, it's hard to tell.
I think he had stitches on his mask when they won the cup in 69, 70.
Okay.
you know what would help sell your case? A Type 1
What's that?
photo.
White papers? What?
A Type 1
Hell?
photo.
Type 1 photo.
Come on, Eric. Get
Type
us a
1
Type 1
photo.
photo.
That came up recently. The Type 1 photo.
I brought it up because our good friend Geoff is doing it as part of his campaign to help Marshall Fogo sell his shit. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
sincerely being interested. I mean, sorry, I meant to say sincerely being interested in history of memorabilia.
Yes.
That happens to fit under stuff Marshall Fogo has crap tons of and wrote a book about. Coincidentally, allegedly.
Yeah, it's hard to collect photos, and hockey is actually pretty much last in the other sports for photos. So
I would agree. Hockey Barn here answers the Gary Simmons question for you for the Cobra Mask, so thank you for that.
Yep.
Appreciate
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I'm still trying to remember Gills Groton.
I told you, get a Type 1 photo. It'll fix the problem.
His last name's with an L.
No, I think it's Gills Groton or something is the one
Oh,
with the
yeah, it
panther,
is.
with the panther
It's Groton.
cougar or something.
Oh.
I think it's Gills. I think it's Gills Groton. Had the cougar or whatever the hell it was. That was pretty.
He actually did it himself. He did it
Wow.
himself. He's an
That's-
artist. Yeah, he's
Really?
crazy. Yeah, he had a book. I remember I met him at the show, and he was with Classic at the time, signing autographs and stuff like that. I think it's called Looney something or other because he's a crazy dude. So, anyways, I bought a book from him, and I said, "Hey, you didn't sign it." He goes, whatever. And I gave him one of my books, and then he comes over later to me. He goes, "What the fuck?" I go, "What, Bobby?" He goes, "You didn't sign your book." I went, fuck. Oh well. Anyways, crazy guy. I had fun.
There you go.
My story. Just into it.
So let me ask a couple of questions that we actually touched on yesterday. We did. They came up, and it was good to do it with that chat, and I kind of want to do it with this chat a little bit because I think it'll open it up and give everybody a little bit of a crack at it. That's where it was kind of fun.
Okay.
One of the questions we brought up that came in the course of the conversation was talking about the different sets, the different types, some of the different sports. I brought up some of the PGA stuff and some of that. I think, Bobby, you were in the chat during that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And I asked the question of if you could have a sport that isn't necessarily currently have a licensing. You can have something that isn't necessarily being put out there. We've already got Eric in cyclocross. We're just going to assume that. Beyond that, though, what sport would you like to have a set created for? I already cherry picked Prison Bowling. Prison Bowling is the hill I will die on.
3-legged race. I said that was about extreme as
Yeah.
I got. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna bout for 1 second. Here.
Go ahead. Yeah. No worries. Go ahead. But I want to open it up to the chat as well because a lot of you folks didn't get a chance to be part of that discussion. If you can have a set for a sport, it can be a pseudo sport too. It doesn't have to be like a straight sport. It can be something that's like on borderline. I joked about pickleball, but hey, if you like pickleball, knock yourself out. Go for pickleball. I don't care. I'm asking the question. What sport would you like? And let's have a little fun with it. What manufacturer is making this for you? So not just what sport, what manufacturers make it for. If you want to tell me what set, go for it. But if you can think of what you'd like to be, look, I was specific. I said Prison Bowling. I said I want that combination of things because I can see the amusement that could come out of it for me. That's the reason why I was a lot more specific. But do you want to give me which manufacturer? Do you want to give me which set? Up to you. But I'm just curious. So I'll grab a couple here while we're going here. James says bass fishing. Sounds good. Who's making the cards, James? Let me know. Philly Joe says roller derby. I like this. I also wouldn't mind a roller jam set. Those of you who know in the 90s, those of you who know, you know. I would love for there to be, I would collect a roller jam set. No problem. I would 100% collect that. But roller derby is not a bad one. So, sport or pseudo sport? I don't care. Pick one, and I'd like to know what manufacturer makes it. Yannick, you got one?
Donruss golf, but Donruss mini golf.
All right, you want mini golf? Is there a professional mini golf tour that we can get cards from?
Professional mini golf tour, Donruss 82 special.
You know, it'd be amazing if there was like memorabilia set, and the memorabilia set there was like a piece of a putter. Eric, that works with the face mask. Look, you showed me a face mask card. Like, that's a legit thing. That's right. Yeah, Eric, Eric at the store found me a couple of FUBARs, including, that is a face mask card. That is a game used face mask card. It's
That's
little
like
chunks
the
of metal.
snaps or
It's little chunks of metal. It's little sliced
shit.
off chunks of metal.
They just cut the face mask up.
wow.
That is game used, and that is numbered to 100, I believe, if memory serves me. It should be on the back.
100.
Mr. Welfare check. I mean, Redfire. Sorry.
Look, I already made the joke. The Grail of Grails, Yannick, is a
I'm
cut.
trying to get that as close as I can.
Yeah,
It's
they're
a
like
cut
little chunks
piece of the welfare check on the card.
No, but I'm saying that's the Grail of Grails, Yannick. The Grail of Grails is the cut of a Mississippi welfare check that Brett Favre cashed. That is the Grail of Grails, the holiest of grails.
Brett Favre cashed.
That's right. All right, so James saying, sounds like a tops thing. Need a flashy foil to match the lures and boat paint. I like it. Big Scott says, bike trail riding, SI for kids. Fair. That's fine. Whatever works. I'm asking the question. What
Scott,
category would you like?
Scott, hold on a second. I got something for you. Hold on. Oh, yeah, here you go.
Amazing.
Wow, that was free. Kind of like.
I know. That was very harsh. Very harsh. Big Scott. Very harsh. Very harsh. All right. Anybody else want to take a stab at it? We got Bob. We got Carlisle. We got a couple of people in the chat. Anybody else got another one they want to throw out there?
Topps gold label with women's cross-country mountain biking. And I swear this is true. Not joking. 100% true. And if mom is listening, she can back this up. Mom and I watched a live event from Switzerland this morning at 11 o'clock. We watched the women do the short track race, and I think Mom is now a fan of women's mountain biking. So we watched the race from Switzerland this morning.
This just made me think of one, Yannick.
Yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
Darts.
Yes.
If any of you have watched the darts where they do the coverage from those pubs where they've got theme music and the guys have their uniforms and everything, you could totally do a darts one. In Europe, it'd be huge. Panini can make that. We got to figure out which set they make it out of, but the World Darts Tour, look, one of the sets could be 180. Like, I guarantee, like, that is the thing. As soon as it's 180, the announcer screams 180 and the audience goes, ah! Mostly because they're drunk. Fantastic.
Can
Glorious.
we do a curling
I love
one?
it.
Curling.
Curling was suggested last night. Curling was one. But here's the question: who makes it? It's not.
That's
It's
the
not
part
just.
that is tough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not just asking about the sport or pseudo sport, whatever you want to do. I'm also asking who manufactures it. So
Pro
Eric
set
was
curling.
Okay, there you go. I like it. Eric was talking about the Topps Gold label. So I recorded a pickup video earlier today. That's going to be almost 20. That's going to be 24 minutes. I picked up a ton of stuff from Ship My Cards, including a bunch of Havres. But one of the ones was a Topps Gold label. Havre.
Nice.
Yeah, I love these things. They're
Red.
awesome.
Yeah,
It's
so
a
that's
red label.
that is a red label, and this is a class 2. I don't think you can see it, but it is out of 50. So they basically have an indentation there. That's the reason why I recorded it on the camera in 4K. So it'll be very clear and easy to see. It's already processed and everything. It'll be in the channel in the morning. It's already recorded. It's already on the channel. It's going to be easy to see.
And that's another one for Carlos too.
Yep.
It's the
It's
same
a good looking card. I like it.
Tops with, I just love these cards. It's not gold label, but it should be. I mean, it's the same. It's like the exact same thing, but it's just so nice looking.
By the way, not related specifically to gold label, but I think this was a good one. This was one of the ones I picked up as well. So this is a nice game used piece.
Very
So you
nice.
got the little shoulder piece
Nice.
there. So it's nice to actually have the actual multicolor. The thing is, the Packers jersey doesn't have that many spots where you can get colors. So when you actually have it, it's only certain spots of the uniform that'll give that to you. But that is from the Ultimate Collection. And that's actually the out of 99 patch, which is the more common version, but they still got a good, and this is a game used piece because it's used by Brett Favre in an official NFL game. So they made it very clear, abundantly clear on the back. This is a game use piece, which is nice.
Isn't it kind of interesting that for decades, starting from the 10s and all the way up, that we had multi-sport sets? You think that would be another thing. You take in account a few players from each sport, and I think the market's wide open for something like that.
Well, I think they do that a little bit with, I want to say Allen and Ginter, and there's another set where they play around with it. The name escapes me, but I think Topps does another one that is multi-sport. That's why last night we were talking about the golf thing. I said, even though Upper Decks kind of dropped the ball on producing as many golf sets, with the license, you produce the damn sets. Like, it's silly they're not doing it.
Yeah.
But I want to say Topps was able to sign some individual athletes and use them in some of their sets. So I think that's a thing.
Well, I think that would be, going forward, I think for Fanatics, that would be a great thing that they would license other sports. Like golf is actually, it's quite popular.
Golf live now together, like PGA.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Brad and I were having a lot of debates on that one. It's going to be interesting to see what comes of that one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Phil Mickelson is back.
Apparently, allegedly, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Either way, he's keeping the money. So that part, like Phil is like, it's like Phil, you can't just come back to the PGA Tour. It's like, dude, I got a stack of money. Either let me in or you don't. Whatever. I got stacks of cash, and I'm not giving it back. And I'm not giving it back, bro. Victor here. Good evening, Victor. Back in the day, I followed the Pool and Billiards Pro Tour. I would love to see a set made at Panini because of the international flavor. I actually think that's a good idea, especially for the international piece, because there are some of the great pool and snooker players of the history. You could put together a nice set of some of like the OG, like, legendary players.
Minnesota Fats. There's some
You wouldn't be able to do this. To be fair, this would not be a set you would do every year, but you could do a set with spaced out, and you could have an amazing. You could put together an amazing set that would cover the generations.
Great.
Yeah, and you could do that, and then maybe wait 5 years, maybe another group comes in and whatever, and then add some more people and mix it up a little bit.
Some cut autos from these. That would be awesome.
100%.
I don't think it would. I don't think I could see that popular. But did anyone ever made an Olympic set, as in like the Olympic Games? There's a set.
There have been some Olympic sets, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 83. Topps did an 83 set.
Like you would think it. I don't know. Like it could.
I just think the demand. Look. I'll put it this way. So you've got that what Eric's showing, but also I can tell you right now, all you'd have to do, Yannick, go look for Simone Biles. I think there have been some sets that are Olympic themed that Simone Biles has been in. I'm using one example, but there are more folks in the set.
But usually these things like her, or it's like on the Goodwin Upper Deck, other kind of set they're just kind of.
I get it, but I think there's a couple of like actual Olympic sets that she is in, where obviously other people are in it as well.
Like I don't know, I would like if I was McDonald's sponsor every Olympics, you think they would just come up with cards or?
They did it back in the 20s. Dominion Chocolate did an Olympics, not Olympic set, but they were all Olympic winners from the year prior of 1924. So it was in 24 later.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm talking like now. You would think they kind of just market something.
Then, why can't they do it now? Right? It's like.
Well, I have the answer.
Oh.
So.
Can you tell us the answer, please, Eric?
Yes, the reason that there is not Olympic cards and other things is because of how tight, and I'm being serious. I just you always got to preference that. I'm being 100% serious. Someone explained this to me a couple of years back that had knowledge.
What's tight, Eric?
Okay. Yeah, she is.
Everyone is watching you, Eric. Tell us more.
We're waiting.
Mm-hmm.
She had fun. I don't care what she says. So anyway, the Olympic Committee or whatever, right? The Olympics have a very tight hold on their symbols of the
licensing.
rings,
yeah, the licensing.
Right?
Yeah,
they will
No, they
not
don't.
give it.
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yannick, they charge people up the wazoo to put the Olympic rings on stuff.
Yeah, of course. Plus the brown envelopes too. They take on the site.
Yeah.
Look, I'll put it this way. Part of the
That's
reason I like this discussion is because it's fun talking about off the beaten path.
Hey, the
sports and
Olympics
things.
are as clean as FIFA is, man.
Yeah, there you go.
But with a lot of these sports, the problem is because a lot of these athletes are kind of individual. It's not a team sport. It's not like, oh, you're getting a league license, whatever. It's not the same design. And
Yeah.
this is a problem with golf too, because like the individual players kind of have a certain amount of control over their rights. They're gonna be like, yeah, I'm not gonna sign anything for you. Like I use the example, Brooks Koepka is a 5-time major champion and doesn't have any cards for Upper Deck, even though they had they had 4 sets in 2021. There is not a single Brooks Koepka card in it, not one, not a base card, not a parallel, not an insert, not an autograph, nothing.
That's weird.
That's what I mean. And he is a bit of a standout in that sense. Like this is a person who, in theory, could be part of this checklist, and it would make a lot of sense, but he's not there. Topps Chrome did that tennis set, and a bunch of like names that would make total sense are not in it because now I don't know specifically why, but if you told me, oh yeah, they just couldn't come to terms, and they said they wanted X amount of money to be participating in it, and they had to deal with that person specifically, that would not shock me.
That's
Tennis?
what happened with Ken Dryden. 1999, they did that. I think Upper Deck did that set of the they
The 72 rehash.
no they did like the top 50 players. Okay, with the Sporting News, they did a combination from the Sporting News, and so there's 50 cards in the set, but there's actually only 49 because Dryden.
This is a good idea. I like this one. This was an idea from Average Joe card collector about a curling set. He goes, instead of kaboom, calls it the hammer.
The
I
hammer.
like that.
See, that's a good idea. It would totally sell in Canada. Like I could get cases of this, Bobby, at the Scotty Tournament Hearts. I could sell this shit.
You get a bell or something, and you start. Ging, 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 ging.
Yeah.
By the way, I dare someone to then make the insert set. I don't know what the design would look like. Bobby, it's like the insert set is hurry hard.
Hurry hard.
Because that's like one of the infamous things that just gets said all the time when it's like curling has got to be the sport that gets the highest rating. That I'm like, this is the dumbest
Really?
freaking. Curling used to get like amazing. TSN loved putting curling on because people would watch the hell out of this thing. Remember, Canada, we're in a small market, but
Dude.
they would get over 1 million viewers for that shit.
You never experience curling until
Yeah, like
you
like
go
to put it in U.S. parlance, Eric. It's like if you randomly had a dumbass sport that gets 10 million viewers. I'm sorry, the network's putting it on. The network's like, yeah, absolutely, 10 million viewers. Yeah, we'll put this shit on.
I think it's because when it comes to curling, the average person sitting at home goes, I could do that. And that interests them when they watch other sports that like they know they can't catch a touchdown pass from a quarterback in the NFL being covered and getting hit. They know they can't do that, but they could curl. And I think that gets people's interest that's actually something they could potentially in their minds do.
I curl, and I can vouch. It's fucking hard. Seriously, it's not easy.
And
Right.
who
But
doesn't
I'm
want to be
talking
called
sitting at home. You're like, all right, I can't play football. I can't play hockey. I can't play basketball.
Yeah,
Right? I can't do those things. But I could sit there with nobody trying to defend me and throw the rock down some ice. Right?
In theory,
So-
it sounds simple enough.
right. That's the point. It's
I
much
think
harder.
curling gets easier the more you drink. Personally,
that's
that's my
just
experience.
facts. That's just facts.
That's my
I like the
experience.
old days when they used to use the broom.
Yeah, the real corn brew.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'll read a couple of these real fast. Carlisle says, I have a very modest Bobby Jones collection for the 20s and 30s. There's some nice tobacco sets from there. They're not as expensive. So if you're talking like OGs, that's solid. You could put a nice collection together. Very nice, Carlisle. Very nice. I'm leaving that be. But I'm just saying. Someone manufacture. Look, it's going to be Brian Gray. Okay? It's going to be Brian Gray. Brian Gray somewhere in the list is like, that's a phenomenal idea. You better give me credit, BG. I'm watching you, bro. If I see that there is a curling set coming out of Leaf and there's a hurry hard insert, I know where it came from, BG.
Hurry hard answer.
I know where it came from. Damn it. Enjoying Eric, the devoted Bruce fan, knowing why Canadian's card was included in the set. Josh here. Good evening, Josh. I would like to see a company release an AEW set. I know. Me too. Ogs, it's Sideways Darn on Ice. It is. It is. Very much so. Fire Fit Challenge competitors would be a neat set. There you go. Look, the reason I like this topic, Bobby, is that it gives people a chance to just pick random stuff out of the sky. It's like, look, it's a fun exercise. Who cares? I
If
think
you go-
we take cards too seriously, and this is fun. Just thinking about some silly sets that you could put together that would be fun to
Go
collect.
back
part
in
is I think
time
they
and
missed
make
the
an
boat on a few
American
things.
Gladiator set
That would be phenomenal. I would
with
love
like
that.
you know Nitro and all these names. and
That's why I
stuff.
said that's very similar to what I was saying about the roller jam. But an
Yeah.
the good part is if you did an American Gladiator set now, you can include the '08 Gladiators one in there. Hey, you could throw in a Hulk Hogan autograph in there and a Layla Ali autograph because they were the hosts of the later iteration.
Yeah.
Hey, just FYI for whoever likes sports documentary and stuff, the latest 3030 ESPN is on American Gladiator, 2 parts.
Nice.
2 parts.
I like it. I love the OG American Gladiators, but when
Oh,
they
I
did the
love American Gladiator.
when they did the renewals of it though, I don't know if you guys knew this, and I feel like I've mentioned this to you
They
before.
did a few years back.
Well, it was like '08. It's been a while now.
That's been that
But
while.
Gina Carano was in that, and they had a bunch of folks in there of it. I think one of the wrestlers, one of the big, really tall guys, was a wrestler. The name escapes me right now, but he actually did a lot of wrestling. But when they did the renewal of it, they didn't just do American Gladiators. They also had UK Gladiators and Australian Gladiators.
Right.
Really?
And I watched all that shit because I cackled. It was so hilarious. But one of the guys on UK Gladiators, because obviously they've got all the silly names, right? So the guy on UK Gladiators, his name was Oblivion. Now, he sucked. He sucked real bad. But the guy is Nick Aldis, and he went on to become a professional wrestler. But he was cutting wrestling promos as a UK Gladiator. And then later on, when I found out he went into professional wrestling, I'm like, this checks out. I got it. He became an NWA champion for a very long time. Actually, he had, and he's currently on Impact Wrestling. He's still wrestling to this day.
Wow.
He must be 100.
No, he was actually pretty young when they did it. Like this is '08. I'm talking about the latter version of Gladiators.
all right.
So this would have been like just shy of 20 years ago. So I think he was in his 20s when they were doing that. So he's not a spring chicken, but
yeah, young to be in that.
yeah.
game.
But the thing is he was fit. Like he was a big
yeah.
dude and he was fit. So he was so he fit what they were trying to do. He was trying to make a name for himself. Nobody had heard of the guy. But then he went into professional wrestling. He actually married Mickey James, who was in WWE for years. So there you go. I have the Gretzky of curling's auto rookie card. Who's the
And
Gretzky
that
of curling?
would be
I was going to say who's the Gretzky of curling. But the point that I'm making though is an American Gladiator set. I would love that. Because between the old version of Gladiators and the new version of Gladiators, and you could do a set with some of the really successful contestants. There was one of the guys, Two Scoops Barry, I want to say. He was a guy who had an amazing run in one of the seasons and went all the way, won a bunch of rounds and got to the championship and won that and had some dominant performances. People would remember that guy from the old school Gladiators because some of the contestants did very well.
You can make a Survivor set, the villains and the winners and the.
Somewhere
Yeah,
after this is Brian. Somewhere this is Brian Gray selling, and he goes, "Why did we come up with this shit? You're all
More."
fired."
So is it fair to say that I think they missed the boat on a lot of sports card issues, which would have actually supported the hobby so much greater by adding a selected few of these at least. There's nothing wrong with doing a little small set of something and getting it out there, and then seeing the interest level. Because you do that in the heyday of Gladiators, everybody watched it. Everybody. I think the ratings are really high on that too.
Well, the show lasted for years. It got a video game. Like it was a phenomenon for a while.
But no,
Dude, it was
go
big.
figure.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like it was. I see no. Again, if you combine the two, the older and the newer, you've got enough of a blend and a mix of folks. With the newer one, you've got some of the folks from the OG Gladiators unfortunately passed away, so you wouldn't have access to them necessarily. But if you combine the new and the old, you get both. You've got enough folks in there that you could get some autographs. You could get some you could have some fun with it.
Yeah.
Like you said, they came back out in '08, but you think with now all the remakes we do now, like American Gladiator would be back and there would be a thing, right? Like people just fighting and competing and.
I always felt I never.
No one's gonna laugh at that. Come on, no one's gonna make fun of him. I gotta be the guy again.
Oh,
Sure.
you're always got to be the guy.
Go
Okay.
for it.
Say, it's what is this show called? American.
Gladiators?
Gladiators? Good Lord.
Okay, buddy.
You're from Peabody. You can't
No,
even
I'm
pronounce Peabody right.
I am not from
Gladiator. How about that?
Psst. You can't even pronounce Peabody right.
it's
You freaks.
I am not from Peabody.
There's only 3 cities in the state.
I am from Beverly.
There is Salem, there is Peabody, and there's Worcestershire. Pick one. I don't care. Pick one. Yannick, tell this fool to pick one. I don't care. There are 3 choices, sir. I
Pick
don't
one,
care
Eric.
which one.
I'm coming down.
Uh-oh.
Which one of the
Somebody
3?
Get you.
Which one of the 3?
I'll
Look,
find you.
if you
I'm
guys,
going there, I'll find
if you get a couple more people lost, I'll incorporate a 4th one for you. It's called Turnpike. That's
I'll
the 4th
just find the shop you work at and I'll wait there.
All right, Hawk. So you go. James says Hawk. Yep, absolutely. No, look, there were some good personalities on the OG Gladiators. That's why I say, like, I agree with Bobby and I agree with. So look, I would legitimately collect that set. I would because I like the OG Gladiators and I like the second iteration of it, and you could have a lot of fun with it.
And that wrestler's card would be worth something.
And well, that's the thing. He actually made something of himself after the fact, and it would add to the value of, hey, all right, you did something else too on top of the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe one of the ladies in the second one actually became one of the trainers on the one of those weight loss shows.
Really?
The name escapes me. But I think she actually became one of the trainers on it. So she ended up on TV doing that. So hey, congratulations, good for you.
Weight
So-
loss
I
show.
remember- I-
It's Biggest Loser. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she was one of the trainers on Biggest Loser because again, they're all like fitness folks, so
Yeah.
like it fits, like it goes into it. Yeah, why not?
I can't say for sure, but I think the original American Gladiators came out somewhere around 1986, right?
It was in the
Something-
80s, yeah, for sure.
So at the time, I was like in middle school, and I had, again, I had a TV with like 5 channels. Didn't have no internet, blah blah blah.
That's
good,
when
Bobbles,
you
give me
used
a
to
thumbs
ride
up.
the short bus, right?
I was always on the short bus, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I had never seen a female bodybuilder before. So American Gladiators came on, and they had this one woman as one of the gladiators that was, she was just jacked. And I was enamored. Like I couldn't, I just never seen anything like that before. And I think that did a lot for why I respect, female athletes so much, because I watched this woman just destroy men and everything in her path, and I just had never seen. It was like she was the female Hulk.
I think this is a very interesting story, except the female gladiators were not competing against the men. They competed against other women.
Then
Well,
you
I'm,
woke
trying
up.
to
I
remember,
think
I'm trying to remember 1986.
No,
But-
I understand, but like they literally had the two divisions.
I don't.
The women
I-
gladiators were competing against the female contestants. And,
She could have kicked the crap out of any male contestant. She was huge,
and then
and I had
Eric
never
woke
seen
up.
anything like that before.
indeed.
So I remember the show pretty well. It had an impact.
Bubbles first. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, guys. Just thought I would hop on a little bit. I'm going to try the internet, see if it works.
So far, so good. We can hear you. We can see you. I can see you got the
Yeah.
magnifying glass going in there. I can see you're ready in the cutter.
Yeah, I'm going to work on some cards while I talk to you guys.
There you go. There you go.
Multitask. How about that?
Look at you.
Trim them.
See, Bobbles, I already covered it earlier tonight, but in honor of your appearance,
Working
here,
on cards.
we'll bring this one back. That's a good gold refractor. We got that going on.
Yeah, but we're
Whoever
not worthy
submitted
of
that
his
could have
full
waited.
attention.
What's that?
So we're not worthy of his full attention. He's gonna work on some cards while the rest of us.
Oh, no, I'm giving you my attention. I have to get this done too.
There you go.
Exacto blade. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I decided I decided to have some of the cards from the pickup video here tonight because I figure I'll show a couple beforehand and then later on, for people that want to see it a little bit better, it'll be better in the higher definition. But it ended up. I think this is my best mail day probably in 2 years. Like I was actually surprised. I was actually shocked how much crap. I was like, oh shit. I think it was the equivalent of like 40 eBay lots that came in. I was like, dang, okay, great.
You've been
You're doing
piling
good for
from since
retirement.
April.
I know
or
it's pretty
long?
good, right? Hey, Bobbles, listen, sales have been going good. It's the insatiable greed. You know, I sold crap and then I bought crap.
Oh, excellent.
That's how it works. That's
Yeah,
how
it
it
works
works.
out.
So,
Works out. So it's one of those things for the collect.
did you buy your Booby or Eric that I sent you?
I put a bid on it, but I'm still paying off the this one that I bought recently.
You got outbid at $2.
So I'm still this one's still relatively new. That cost me more than it should have, and I've just got to be smart. So, but I did put a bid on it, but then it went a little further, and I said, nope, I'm good.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
those are
I'll
nice
read
cards.
I showed a couple of these comments, but I'll read a couple of them. What about Salem? No, we talked about it, Josh. Three places: Peabody, Salem, and Worcestershire.
Shut up, Josh.
Pronounce it correctly. I did it. I gave it to you phonetically. Just spell it out.
Worcestershire.
U.S.
And
sports
I'd like
cards.
to remind everyone that the Boston guy made fun of how I speak.
Oh, yeah.
U.S. Sports Card says, on my way to see Spider-Man, and it made me wonder, does Eric like superhero movies? Do you like superhero movies?
I'll let Bobbles answer that because he makes fun. He made fun of me.
I think Eric just like
Everyone makes fun of you.
The one time I posted something on Instagram about how I like superhero movies, he made fun of me. So
You know what would make you feel better?
So I actually had a cool little thing happen this week, but I'm not big into the superhero stuff, and it was just fun. Eric had a throwback to his childhood and talked about how he bought an item, and it actually showed that his childhood had decreased in price. That's what he's talking about. I'm not big into the superhero stuff, but I do like Venom, Carnage, and Deadpool. I do like those three. So,
oh man,
Deadpool worked out. Bobbles is going Kurt's card care
I do
style.
not own Kurt's card care.
Do you own a humidor?
No, I don't. This
Shame.
is the only thing I own. A little microfiber to wipe fingerprints off.
and a razor blade,
I do not have one in here. No.
and a T square.
Yeah.
Nope. In the garage.
Bobbles, you want me to like send one over? I got one. I can send it over.
A
I got it covered.
guillotine with a piece of paper. No.
So CC here says, Bobbles, when SUC offers grading specials, do they extend it to you as a group submit or discount so you can pass along to your customers? So that's kind of a functional question.
So what I am allowed to offer, the $15 football special, I can offer that at $15. The $9 specials, I can offer it, but I don't get any kind of margin on that. So in order for me to do that, I do have to go above $9, or else I'm like paying out of my pocket to do other people's stuff, because you have shipping involved, you have the sleeves we do, you got time, all that other stuff. So on those, I used to not even put it out there, but so many people ask me. I put it up. I'm going to tell you personally, instead of paying me to submit the cards for you at that price, you can do it cheaper and send those yourself. But the football special, I can offer at $15. So I hope that answers the question.
There you go. Thank you for the question, CC. Michael Ham says, good evening, Bobbles. Says, CD disc cleaner removes scratches very nicely. There you go. Good stuff.
You put it in there and like put it around.
Hey, listen,
like
we got to have a
surface
Michael
of this.
Ham tutorial here to tell us the technique.
I want to see that, Michael. Put it in the little spinny thing. Put the card in there. I want to see what it comes out as. Please.
Comes out as a BGS 10 plus. Comes out as a BGS 10 plus plus. That's all I'm saying.
And make sure it's a vintage card. I want I want all of the scratches and blemishes out of a vintage card.
Nice. Well, I was laughing, Bobbles, because obviously I talked earlier tonight about the SEC thing where I said I think the football special is good. And I also talked about, like, on the Discord, the irony is that we were having this discussion where we were saying, like, it's good. It's not like earth shattering, but it's good. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But it's one of those things where a lot of the stuff, you know, the no upcharges and whatever, SGC's been doing that for a while. And you know, if you like the turnaround times, you like the no upcharges and all that, they have been offering this for some time. It's a good thing, but the elements of it have already been in place.
To be fair, and SGC really isn't strict on upcharges, period.
Yeah.
Whether it's modern or vintage, they're not sticklers on it.
Oh, I agree. But I'm saying in writing, the modern has
yeah.
actually been in place for a while. In writing. Like, specifically, they have stated this.
Right. Yeah. Peter said it, I believe, in his Neo conversation. He also said it right in the Instagram post. It's written out on the website. That's not been a secret. In fact, my very first conversation ever with Peter back in, I think it was January or February of 2020, he told me then, and they only had 4 employees at that time, he's not going to upcharge on modern stuff because there's no point in that. That's silly. So, and he stayed true to that. So,
Sure.
But as far as the special, I have had a lot of people reach out to me. Unfortunately, my order was set. The deadline was for yesterday, and they called me unexpectedly on Wednesday at noon. And I didn't have any time to prepare for people to get stuff to me. But there is a lot of people that have asked about it. Also, my audience, my group, the people that submit, a lot of those do football, so it doesn't surprise me. But overall, I really wish they would put across the board the price drop instead of just football. Like, give us all of it at $12 like Pokemon. So.
Okay, guys, I'm going to bow out. I got some stuff to do. Have a good evening.
Sounds good,
Thank
Bobby.
you,
Have
Jeff.
yourself a
See
good
you
night.
later, Bobby. Good seeing you,
See you,
Bobby.
Bobby.
Ciao.
There you go. I'll remove off there. So good evening, Bobby Burrell. I hope you all enjoyed the Garage of Knowledge. I was actually laughing because I was waiting. Part of the reason I was waiting on that shipment to come in with those cards that I was talking about, and I've shown a couple of them through the night, is that I was waiting to send 3. So these 3 are probably going to go over to PSA coming up. One is an Essential Credentials, a low numbered one. One is a Gold Refractor, and the other one is that Topps Gold Label Red. So these 3 are probably going to go in there. But yeah, right now they've got the 1990s thing for that discounted price, so I can take advantage of that. But I was hoping to get those in. But I think I'll probably do a little showcase now that I've got a bunch of the stuff in hand. That's what I was waiting
What
on.
year is the Credentials?
This is a Credentials 04. So this is a later one.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one they numbered, they got the 2. So this is the Credentials Future. And this one they numbered to 53. Nice cards, but these are super prone to chipping. Like, I only get it sent in because it's a tougher card. But truthfully, it will grade like a 6. like honestly, it will. Because the damn thing is chipped to hell. And it's just the nature of these cards. You can see right on it, it's clear as day. It will get marked down. Just because
Eric,
of the way it's done.
I want to commend you on the product you put out for supplies. I mean, these Beckett shields are freaking awesome. So, props to you. Yep. See, like, if anybody wonders how Beckett is staying alive, they're card savers. They're great. Good job, Eric.
I have to admit they are a good product. In fact, you can write on them up top.
Well, they just slide in so easy.
Well, they're great for the shop to put in the cases because you could put the the name of the card and the price on it, and it really is a good product.
The irony is that is like, maybe you guys should just focus on that.
Yeah,
you're good at that one. That one's good.
Yep. That's 1 out of a million. Let's focus on that.
Maybe we just need to lean into those semi-rigid holders, guys. Clearly, this is the thing you can do. This is the thing you can do. Billy, good evening, Billy. The Eric percentage just went up. This is true. It is a fact.
Oh my goodness.
It's like, Billy, and I'm thrilled you're here, and I'm glad that you're committing. Billy's offered his personal guarantee that AW metal will be out like in the next 2 weeks, guaranteed, per Billy Zilio. I might be making that up, but I'm just saying.
if you want to touch on Black Box's comment, I
Yeah,
can get
for
some
sure. Yeah.
information on it.
NASCAR's out of Nashville marketed themselves, the biggest SGC group submitter, and just announced they moved from PSA only. Yes, they did. So I know
Yeah, and
you can touch on that, Bubbles. I know you've got a little bit. We discussed this a little bit. What do you want to say about it?
so basically, they had past tense marketed themselves as the largest SGC group submitter. I can personally confirm that there has been a lot of folks that stopped using them specifically. I'm not going to get into details of reasonings why, but their numbers had dropped, and they also were not happy, not necessarily with like grading or turnaround or anything like that, but they weren't happy with some things and directions that SGC was moving in. The fact that they dropped Beckett too, uh, you know, who knows what the hell plays into that, but I don't think it's going to affect anything. Because they might lose a little bit to folks that specifically only want to use Nash, but if people want to use SGC, there's enough submitters out there or the people will just submit themselves. I don't see it really affecting much.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. So let's go in here. Just checking. Okay, so real quick. Beggars just acquire SGC and be like Dr. Pepper and 7 Up with the Soda Wars. I like, in all seriousness, we like to make fun of Beckett, and Lord knows we do. So remember back earlier when I said I love mocking things? And I talked about how Jeff Wilson, like at this point, is so sad and so pointless that I have renounced it and left it for the rest of you. I leave it to you. There's so much material. Have at it, please, by all means. Because it's like, guys, like, look.
It's too easy.
Like, Jeff Wilson's an idiot. And he says dumb things all the time. So at a certain point, it's like, this is no sport anymore. Like, but I don't mind making fun of shit, and Beckett is a great one for me. I don't think Beckett is in a position to be acquiring anybody right now. They struggle so much with what they're already. Look, we made the joke a moment ago, and it's like half not a joke. The Beckett Shield shit, some of that stuff's decent. Like, it does its job. Like, it's a semi-rigid holder. All I need you to do is be a decent semi-rigid holder. When I send the cards to Brad, PSA Canada, I talk about how, obviously I have that association. When I send the cards, I send them in Beckett Shield semi-rigids. I bought a pack of them. I'm actually quite satisfied with them. I would happily buy another batch because they're decent. They're good. I can put the cards in. They're fine. And they don't care. They'll take the damn things in semi-rigid. They don't care whose semi-rigids they are. But they do the job they're supposed to do. And that's all I needed to do. So they do that. So as far as I'm concerned, I can co-sign on Beckett Shield semi-rigid holders because they do the job they're supposed to do. And that's all I wanted them to do. But every other Beckett product, I can't help you.
Have you ever had a card returned from PSA after you sent it?
Yep.
Do you get it back in a card saver? Like
I have in the past,
in a
yes.
card saver?
With a little sticker on it. In the past, I have gotten that, yeah.
I actually think that the companies, if you send them in anything except, and don't ask me why in the hell this would matter, but I think they change them over to card savers if they're not in the card saver brand. And I don't know why that would be, but anytime I've ever gotten a card back, it could be in Joe Bob's brand and it would still come back in a freaking card saver.
No, I think it's fair. But that's basically, like I said, for what they are, I think they do a decent job. And as long as you can get them at a reasonable price, I think it's solid. But at the end of the day, they're semi-rigid holders, right? But look, if you're gonna send in anything for submission, they do a good. I need them. I need them for that purpose. So like, I'm happy to have them. In this case, I have a mix.
I buy them by the case.
Yeah, there we go.
I didn't want to admit that I owned Beckett products, but this is the only Beckett product.
I think you can admit to owning the one Beckett product that does this job.
It's a pretty solid one.
Yeah.
And just to say again, remember, my hatred for Beckett comes that I want it to be better and succeed like it used to. And that's why I'm so angry with it. So here's a product that is actually really, really good. And it's better than anything else out there because you can write on this. And it's, it's fantastic.
Like, it would make me so happy if the result of this conversation at some point I get reached out to by Becca and it's like, hey, would you promote our Shield products? Oh, I got the guy to do the ad read for
I got
you.
the guy.
I got the guy.
I'll do it. For one product, don't ask me to promote anything else because everything else is shit. But I'll promote Beckett Shields all day. They're great.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so to U.S. Sports Car's point, I get the idea. Look, if they were in a better position, if they had actually not screwed up everything they touch, if they hadn't just replaced the CEO because they screwed up so badly, if they hadn't hired a CEO who had no idea what he was doing in the space, and then go to another one that's just inside of the larger umbrella of the company. They didn't even go outside to come up with new ideas. They got the Southern Hobby guy to come in and be the Beckett
owner
CEO.
wasn't in prison.
It's just one thing after another. This company is not in a state. This company is only in a state to be acquired. And that's if somebody else is willing to come in and deal with the red tape to get it done and take what's left of the brand equity and just be like, all right, we can probably salvage something out of this. Because despite their best efforts, some people still send in cars for them to grade. Despite everything they've done. They've tried so hard to be like, please don't send us anything ever again.
Yeah.
Despite that, some people still do.
They do.
And that's why they're fourth. Fourth.
They were busy last show,
Well,
but that was just because they had submission on site.
if we take the ISA numbers, they're
Oh,
fifth.
well, yeah.
They're
Yeah,
fifth.
true.
Yeah. And Poopy Pony's number 2, right? I mean, come on.
And listen, we already demonstrated the speed and power of the Poopy Pony 1,000-point scale.
Boom.
Hey, what do you guys think PSA does with all those shields and top loaders and
Throws them in the trash.
recycling? That's it. Like,
Yeah.
They might
Probably-
recycle
yeah.
them, yeah, but
man, I mean, seriously, even if you were selling them at a penny each, you would make money. That's how many they got. Like every card is submitted in the shield, right? So if you get 1 million a month, that's 1 million of those empty. You would think you would like somehow, instead of just throwing it out.
I wonder if, now that you brought that up, I wonder if the plastic is contaminated or if they could recycle them to use for the
They melt it
plastics
for their
the
slabs.
Yeah. They might actually take those materials.
I don't know, I'm
and
talking on my ass here, but I just like I'm curious because it's a lot of friggin' plastic.
Yeah,
It
Yeah.
would make me so
might
happy,
be-
though, if they don't even use it for their own slabs, if they melted it down and sold it to one of the other graders.
Yeah.
If we find out that the ISA slabs or one of the other ones are actually recycled semi-rigid plastic, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that's a good question though, and it would make sense if they use the materials to create the plastic.
Just
the
think of the
slabs.
penny sleeves and the shields every month they get for the last. Like you don't just pile them in the corner, so we'll get to them later. Like it's
Nice.
like,
It's true. Victor here says Backup Publication just hired one of the most powerhouse marketers in business. I forget her name, but she has quite the resume.
okay.
I think that's a good step. Look, I'll be honest. That's a good step. I don't think marketing is the issue. I think sucking at everything they do is the issue.
And even if they get
If
the
you're able to
best
get
in
more
the business,
it'll just
somehow they'll get them to suck too. Because
The problem isn't even this. Marketing and getting more business for a company that sucks at what they do is just saying, oh, could we please expose more people to us being garbage at our jobs? That's actually a terrible. Maybe fix the actual business first and then promote the product. I actually want less people to use the product until you've successfully fixed something.
can you go a third time with announcing something that you back away in 24 hours?
They
Not
will.
even
Yes. The answer is yes. Beckett
a
will.
third
Well,
time.
well, the good news is if you get a good marketer, in fairness to Victor's point, if you get a good marketer, they would tell you, please don't share it in this way. They would have stopped you from doing it that way. So that'd be good. That's a good step.
Here's an argument with the whole how much does marketing or the person doing the marketing really matter? How many people here know who Suze is in this hobby? Yank
Sue?
chick, Suze.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Sir,
She's the
people
head of
who are
marketing
around.
for CSG. And
Yeah.
what has it done? Not much. They haven't really moved the needle much.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like a lot of these, remember what we used a moment ago. What's one of the most powerful marketing things? Word of mouth. Beckett's word of mouth is we suck. We're trash. We're garbage at everything we do. We should be bankrupt. Well, except for the Beckett Shield.
Eric is part responsible for that too.
Truthful. But basically, Beckett's marketing is we should be bankrupt right now. This company needs to burn to the ground and never be spoken of again. And yet here they still are. So marketing clearly isn't working. The marketing should be like, you should be bankrupt. You should be gone and gone forever and never be spoken of again.
Look, in Toronto, Carlos, you agree with me? There was people there, but it was only the big cards that people needed to get graded ASAP. That was it. There was no, oh, I'm summoning this and I'll wait 3 months or so when they get back. No.
Look, I'll guarantee you one right now. So to Billy's comment here, if Beckett is fourth, is Eric the Beckett of the group? No, Beckett is the KSA of the group. And by the way, for the record, at the card show, I don't know this for a fact. This is my theory, but I would love to check. I can guarantee you KSA got more submissions than Beckett did.
Oh God, yeah.
Guaranteed. 1,000%. And to be clear, KSA is trash.
Oh, it is the trashy of trash.
Uber trash.
So
And I'd just like to
Beckett-
say quickly that at best I'm sixth, because you add Bobby and Brad, I get bumped to sixth, and Billy, if you came on, I would probably get bumped to seventh. So
Correct. Factual. Yes.
So Eric is like the HGA.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, I can make slabs going sideways.
Well, the good news is, I suppose, so good news, Bobbles, is that being soft in the distance, Neo kind of likes Eric.
Hmm.
So that's good.
And Eric
Somebody
kinda
likes him,
the like
kind of.
button.
Somebody likes him, kind of.
And Eric kind of likes cookies and the like button.
True. Well,
Oh,
not,
well.
the like button, to be fair, he really likes the like button.
And I'd just like to say again, the like button is sponsored now by Crumble. And we want to remind you that if you get that Grumble, go get yourself some Crumble and use our 5% discount. Go to any Crumble store in Canada
I
and
will.
tell them Carlos sent me.
I'm there in 3 weeks. I will try it.
And you will get a 5% discount on your order. of
I double checked.
$5,000 or more.
There's like 3 locations in Canada, and I'll be in Saskatoon in 3 weeks. There's one there. So
Could you give the Eric? Sorry, could you give the code one more time just to make sure everybody got it?
It is the code to get the 5% discount from Crumble is Carlos sent me.
Carlos sent me.
5%
I'll tell them.
discount at all Crumble locations across Canada.
Hey, Bobbles.
Carlos.
Indeed.
It's false advertising.
Beckett is actually a leader in autograph authentication. 5%. There you go. I don't know what to say, man. In fairness, there isn't a lot of autograph authentication. You got
Is Beckett the
JSA.
leader or is JSA?
I was going to say JSA probably has more stuff. PSA does some autograph authentication. JSA does it. Beckett does do it. So that is a thing.
We have them come to the store like every 6 months and just sit in the office all day long and just go through stuff, our stuff and customers' things, and people pay, tons and tons of money.
I can't remember Bobbles. The CSG. I know CSG has an autograph grade. Do they do authentication or just grading the autograph as well?
No, they won't even do it for comic books. They do the they'll set up signings with artists and stuff in the comic industry, and that's the only way that they'll authenticate it. And those signings are done in their office so they can witness it.
Yeah, so
They
they're
don't
just
do
doing
it.
a grade on the autograph aesthetically.
Yep,
Similar to what SGC is doing.
Same way as SGC, which according to some is total trash. It's not legitimate.
Yeah.
The top certified autograph means nothing. All of that.
So CC says Beckett is such an OG name in the hobby. The marketing is not their main problem, in my opinion. They need to spend more resources in service and PR. That's basically all I'm saying. I have no doubt. What Victor said, I have no doubt it is probably true. I don't care who's marketing Beckett. I don't care. At this point, the issue is processes. The issue is actually doing the task at hand. Marketing it is literally the last thing in the world. Marketing is like hiring a PR person for the Titanic. It's too late. I don't need a PR person for this. I'm sorry. The boat already sank.
You already hit the iceberg twice.
Now is not the time to try to tell me that this thing's seaworthy. Don't lie to me.
To put into perspective, it's been now we're approaching the National, and that's going to put 1 year since that debacle with all of the big ass ugly slab banners
Yes.
at the National and AC.
Here's our new
And there's
logo.
still
No,
no
it
new
is.
slab.
Mhm.
There's been nothing changed on it.
For the record,
And
the issue with the slab, one of the ones that was never addressed, going
Was the
back now to
security.
2021, was the counterfeits,
Mhm.
which they acknowledged. They acknowledged and have made zero changes to the slab. Zero changes to the slab. They haven't even fixed the counterfeit issue. That made no changes to the slab, added no security features. Literally nothing has been done. Going on now a couple of years. But we hired a marketing person. Great. Do they double as a designer for slabs? Like, can they do something else that can help us? Because you're doing literally the one thing I don't need.
They're gonna
Why am I
hire
wasting
Eric.
my time? Obviously. But I'm just sitting there like, gee, like I said, I 100% believe what Victor's saying, but I'm like, I don't need this. Who cares if you hire a marketer? Congratulations. Who gives a shit? It's ridiculous. Look at you. Hockey Corporate says, I contacted KSA to be a bulk submitter, but they would not offer any sort of bulk discount. KSA would not offer bulk discount. Outrageous. Unacceptable.
Look at Eric with the vintage starter.
This is actually Don Del Negro's jacket from 1996. He was the trainer for 30 years for the Boston Bruins, and this is the jacket he wore that year, and it has the All-Star game patch from that year, and he was the trainer at the All-Star game that year also, because they had it at Boston at the new Boston Garden. So this is actually his jacket.
Have you washed the jacket, Eric?
No. This has still got some Don Del Negro stank to it.
I bet.
He sleeps in it regularly.
Probably.
It's maybe the stink's a little bit more mine now, but
His mom forces him to take it off.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Eric, take the freaking jacket off.
I like to wear it.
In fairness, I feel that given the Greek god-like physique that Eric has, it speaks very badly to this trainer. What kind of trainer is he when he's in that kind of shape? What kind of training is he doing? Is he training to eat crumble cookies? Like, what kind of training are we talking about?
It's just an extra large jacket. What's the problem?
X large?
No,
X large?
X.
I feel like that's generous. Is this
Extra
like
large
an
in the 90s was big.
large?
Extra large in the 90s is way bigger than extra large today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You guys suck. Number one.
We're
I'm
happy
just
for you,
saying.
Eric. We're happy
Not,
for you,
like,
buddy. Okay.
You mean there, but it's true.
I am
Is his
making
name written in the back?
no, but his initials are on the inside tag, and I got it directly from him, so I know it's the fact. So,
I think this is a valid question to ask.
Yeah.
not that I know of. That would be cool because if she did, maybe I could have gotten some free tickets or something for 30 years. But
Maybe there's more into this story.
I want to know why.
It goes deeper.
If she dated Don Del Negro, I want to know why I didn't get free Bruins tickets.
Well, you weren't. The other kid got it.
Oh, that would explain some things.
Yeah,
The
I'm
restraining
just saying.
orders.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It explains a lot. It really does explain a lot. A lot of questions are being answered right now. Initials and tag is all I needed. Facts.
Well,
facts.
how about? I mean, I could show you the picture of Don and I together, but I mean, that's just the way that is. I got it directly from him.
On a
Was
scale
it the
of 1 to
All-Star
10,
game in Boston in '96?
Yes, that's the one where Ray Bork scored with seconds left for the Eastern Conference to win, and then won the MVP in front of the home crowd.
That's when
And
Ray
so-
used to hit the 4 targets with 3 pucks.
Yeah, that's how good he was.
That's how good he was.
So yeah, I
so
mean,
are the initials like him signing it?
kinda, I guess. I don't know, but I mean,
So you're
I-
saying he has a sucky signature, right? Because you were talking about that a couple weeks ago.
that Don Del. Oh, just autographs in general. No, his signature is fine.
Eric, to get a free ticket, you need to date Don.
I
He
would.
probably he would exactly. I was
would've.
about to say.
Don't give him the idea.
Okay, this is leave me out of your nonsense. Listen, we just have questions. Eric stole it off Don's clothesline. That's probably valid. And good evening, Kathy.
No, I handed him cash. He handed me a jacket. It was pretty simple.
Interesting.
Then he called the police.
That's a side note. I wasn't going to tell that part of the story, so why don't you shut up?
It's kind of assumed though at this point. If we're being fair, Yannick, that's kind of assumed. It's kind of assumed.
Oh, man.
So, by the way, I showed it in the other one, and it'll probably end up on the Instagram. But this is one that I showed on the Discord. It's going to be like another card of the infamous. So this was the SP Authentic. So there's the pageantry autograph.
Oh, pageantry.
Oh, wow.
Oh yes, very
That looks
fancy.
pretty sweet.
It looks nice. In hand, it's nice. It is on
There's a
card,
lot
which is
going
great.
on.
It is on card, which is great. I appreciate that. And it does have a valid spot for the autograph, which is good. So from that perspective, it's good. But it's one of those things where you just take an insert and you put a spot in there for the autograph. There's been a lot of these lately in a lot of the sets, but at least it looks nice. I like the shiny card, so that's fine. It's good. Based on today's auto standard, I would say yes. Fair. Fair. It is. Another one for the stack. I'm sitting at, what was it? 279 certified autographs. Almost 280 for Medina. Slowly creeping towards 300.
There's a new baseball prospect I'd like to have. He's from Quebec City. But Edouard Julien, he plays for the Twins. But again, another one who has the shittiest autograph. That's actually a turn off to me. When I actually looked, I'd like to buy one of those. And when I look at his autograph, I'm like, nah. Like it's basically just it's a streak with, I don't know what it is. I couldn't even tell you what's his name. That's how bad the auto is. That's pretty sad. I don't want to. I don't know. I never pay attention to it, but now it's more and more. I look at it. If I can't read the autograph, I'm not really into getting the auto.
Well, that right now. Unfortunately, that's the state of the autographs now in general. A lot of the autographs are like initials.
It's like, dude, man. Like it's like it can't even. Not even one letter is recognizable in the whole.
Total garbage.
You mean that doesn't say Ben McLemore?
Absolutely.
At least it's got a loop or something in there.
I can't see a six or something.
like,
that's not even his number.
This whole card is screwed up because it says he's on the Trailblazers in a Lakers uniform, and he's wearing number 7, but it looks like he put 16 or at least 6. And I do not see anything that looks like Ben McLemore.
Andre Dawson.
That's Andre.
Hawk.
That's Andre.
So
There's another autograph.
That's
Gordie
me
Howe.
on Del Negro, so you guys can suck it.
Well, Hockey Cardboard says here that's Eric and the arresting officer who did an investigation into the stolen jacket.
Yeah.
All right, so
It's this parole officer.
The problem with your idea, Eric, Bobbles, help me out here. The problem with what Eric is doing here is he's showing us a picture of himself smiling the same way he always smiles because he's a creeper, and some random white guy who I don't know. The problem is I don't know what Don Del Negro looks like.
you can
So
look
you
it
could
up
literally have picked somebody random off the
on
street and I wouldn't know.
Google Docs.
I'm not going to Google Don Del Negro. I'm not wasting valuable Google cycles on that.
I mean, so
He could have been
as
dead
a
in
fellow-
1984 for all I know.
As a fellow Photoshopper,
Yes.
Yannick, we have to start giving Eric his due for his Photoshop abilities.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, he's always in the same position, same face, but he is putting people in there all the time, like changing up the
Yeah.
background.
They make phones now for special people. So.
Well, the problem
Eric's
is
got one of those.
the problem is, and Yannick and Bobbles, you know this is going to happen. Eventually, someday, Eric will get so confident in his abilities that eventually he'll grab one of those pictures and it'll be Charlie Chaplin. The problem is Charlie Chaplin will be in black and white and Eric will be in color. And they go, Eric, you didn't get away with this one. He goes, how did you guys know?
It's gonna be like the Walt Disney Auto. Beckett witnessed.
Yes, Beckett witnessed.
Yes.
Witnessed.
Amazing. Amazing. Facts. Black Box Hobby says, Don Del Negro made the first NBA three-pointer. Facts.
He's that good. His jacket's worth even more now.
Carlisle says, I think the grading company should be on not be authenticating autographs when they're just initials. The initials should get a grade of 1. You shouldn't get a 10 if letters are missing. Look, that's fair. But let me kind of quickly add a piece. Let me add a quick
spelling test.
Yeah.
If there's letters missing, you fail.
Yeah.
You fail.
But let me add a piece though, kind of to what Bobbles was talking about. Here's the thing with a lot of these, I understand that it would be nice to have autograph authentication for a lot of this stuff, of course. But if something's already a certified auto, it's redundant. And that was kind of the key piece. Like, not in all cases. So, like, talking about this one, I did the pageantry card with the fancy schmancy, foil and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Upper Deck on the back puts you have received a trading card autographed by Mike Medano in the presence of a representative of Upper Deck Company or provided and certified to its authenticity by Mike Medano. Enjoy your autographed card. Upper Deck is the one saying we are saying this is fine. So could you ask somebody else to try to authenticate it? Sure, but isn't that a bit redundant? You literally have somebody who's this company is claiming that they're standing behind it. Now, could they still be wrong? Yes. Could they have taken some shortcut and just sent him a stack of cards and hope for the best? Sure. But then that's on Upper Deck. So.
Right.
But that's where card authentication comes in.
Sure.
We see
If
that
you
all the
authenticate the
time now,
card, then
that they put the stickers on the wrong card. And, card porn has shown a bunch. And, Lamine James, I think, has shown a bunch where, it clearly, you got a player on a card and the sticker.
Hey, Bob, we'll see like this one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Eric and Dodd do kind of look alike, which is interesting.
I have hair. He's completely bald. How do I look alike?
Maybe you need to do a better job with the Photoshop.
Oh, my God.
Maximus Pumpernickel. Oh, so let me ask a question. And Bobble, since you're here, let me inquire this question. So this is another question I'm borrowing for Thursday because I thought it was a good topic. But since there is some carryover, but it is a slightly different audience. So I do enjoy having additional people chiming in on these topics. So real quick, I'll read this one. Do you have an opinion on canceled check autos? Saw one signed by Ted Williams, but his legal name of Theodore. I like him. I think it's kind of neat.
I think it's awesome, and I'll tell you why. I specifically have asked a few. I wish I started asking it earlier. I've asked recently, say in the last year, a couple of athletes about if you are signing an official document, like a personal check or a contract, does your autograph change? And every single one of them either said, yes, it's completely different, or yes, it's slightly different. So to get an official document with their true autograph is actually probably rarer than the thousands of baseballs, hockey pucks, footballs that they've signed with that scribble. And, especially if it includes their middle name or middle initial. And it's
usually you take more time to sing official documents. A ball on your way to your car,
So I think,
hi kids, thanks, but
yeah, I know. I think they're great.
So you're saying, Eric, is the next time I send you a note and I write it out by hand, do you want me to write the full legal name, all 4 names?
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, because just for the record, being Latin can become a pain in the ass when it comes time to sign legal documents.
Oh, I bet.
Because my dad and I have the same name, except for the 4th name. I have 4 names.
I have 4 names.
Yeah, first name, middle name, last name, and my mother's maiden name. So so when I'm signing legal documentation, I must sign. When I signed in for this condo and I signed all the legal paperwork, that I was like, can I? It's like, no, you got to sign the full legal name. And I'm like, how many times? Oh,
Yeah.
oh no. Oh,
Put
oh.
on a lot of coffee. We're gonna be here a while.
It's like it
Well,
was
you
just
guys-
over and over and over again.
You and Yannick follow baseball, and obviously I collect Victor Robles. I don't know if you remember his early autographs back, like probably 16. Not his Bowman, but some of his other early autos. It would be ERB,
Mhm.
and it didn't make any sense at why it was Victor Robles, but it's because his full legal name is Victor Enrique Robles Brito. So he would sign it just the ERB for Enrique Robles Brito.
Fair, I get it. It's kind of an interesting distinction when it comes into one of those when you start getting that, and sometimes it is kind of interesting to see as a distinction. So I don't know what to tell you. So Maximus says check autos have the best IPO for sure.
Oh yeah.
Carlos says I got a Freddie Freeman autograph for one of his checks. A friend offered me $500 for it, but I decided to cash it instead for $10,000. 4D chess placer. 4D chess.
Well played.
Yeah, but I gotta be honest. That was one of the most Eric. That was one of the greatest pain in the asses of all time. If I ever buy, I won't. Even if I sell this place, which I will, I'm only buying one more place in the rest of my life. That is it. After I finish signing that shit, I'm not doing that again, ever again. I have enough energy in me to do it one more time. That's it. After that, I'm done.
Go get your name legally changed to a symbol like Prince did, and just write. That's it, like a check mark.
It would probably be a middle finger.
Or BGS.
That would
Get
be-
it changed to BGS.
and I get it done as a stamp. I can just stamp it.
Yeah.
Works out. Okay, so here's the question I wanted to ask. So this one I did yesterday with the folks on Thursday, but I thought I would present this to folks here because Eric and Yannick and Bobbles, you guys haven't had the chance. I had some fun talking about a recent card that I picked up just the other day, and it fits into the category. I've got my player collections, and I've got a bunch of stuff I picked up. I showed some cards tonight. But I've also got a little bucket that I keep open for miscellaneous. Miscellaneous can be whatever. But one of the things I love doing is sometimes I love getting I will love getting a card that is like, this just amuses me, or it's got a fun story. And the example I used was when I went to the card show and I got a Chris Chuckle card because I had seen the guy play Abbotsford against Hamilton. Myself and a bunch of buddies went and hung out there. He had probably the game of his career. And we just watched him be all over the ice. That one time, the dude sucked. He had like a cup of coffee in the NHL, maybe 2 games. But for that one shiny moment, he was a dominant player on the ice. And we just joked about Chucko. I showed it to my buddy, and we had a good laugh because he remembered the game and the story. But the one I picked up was actually, and I'll show the card here. It was a 2018 National Treasures football card, but I was opening a bunch of product in 2018. And if you guys remember in 2018 in football, there were 5 quarterbacks that people were chasing. There's a pretty good quarterback class. Josh Rosen and Sam Darnold, dual patch out of 10. Super fanciness.
Yeah. Yeah. That's worth about what? $2?
About $20, 25,
Oh.
25. But like in 2018 though, this would have been a legit card.
Oh,
because these were 2 guys in the top 10. Josh Rosen was the number 10 overall draft pick, and Sam Darnold was the 3rd overall draft pick.
Yeah.
So and this is out of 10 dual patch card. I just thought it was hilarious, and I got a kick out of the fact that these are 2 guys that were in the top 10. Baker is also in the same vein. Like right now, it looks like the only guys that look like they're going to come out of this right now, Josh Allen and Lamar. Lamar's won an MVP, and Josh Allen's had some success. But those are the only 2 guys out of the 5, because in 2018 there were 5. It was Baker came number 1, Sam Darnold was number 3. You had Josh Allen number 7, Josh Rosen at number 10, and I think Lamar. I want to say Bobbles. Lamar was 31. He was right at the end of the draft, first round.
Yeah, he got passed up a lot.
Yeah. So, but those were the 5 guys in the first round. And when you were opening 2018 product, you were hoping to get some combination of the quarterbacks that were part of it. But it's a good memory on this is what happens. Even if it looks like you got a lot of options in the draft, most of them don't work out. And that's okay. That's fine. But like, that's normal. It happens. Sam Darnold is still in the league. Josh Rosen is a free agent looking for a job. Baker's got maybe one more shot at this, and he's out if he doesn't succeed. Lamar and Josh Allen right now look like they're the ones who are going to survive.
I think from that class, you would probably be best if you didn't hit Lamar or Josh Allen. Probably Nick Chubb
Yes.
or Julio Jones. Pretty sure Julio was in that.
I was going to say, I think Julio Jones was before 2018.
I thought he was in that same.
Yeah, I thought it was somebody else, but regardless, the point that I'm
I
making is
swear
that
he was in there.
we can double check. But all I'm saying is that the reason I got that card, bottom line, was because I was opening football product in 2018. So I have the memory of chasing after some of those folks, and I thought it was very entertaining, and I love
Not
the fact
Julio.
that was there.
Who was the other damn Falcons receiver?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go look at the first round list again.
There was a
Andre
Falcons
Rison.
receiver.
Andre Rison.
But the point
No.
is, yeah, the point is that I got that card because to me, I got a kick out of the fact that I was able to get it super cheap. A card that would have been like a very good card in 2018, that would have been a very good pull because those were two top 10 guys. I just love that. So I love getting stuff that fits that category. Ridley looks like it
Ridley,
is.
yeah.
So thank you, Black Box, and thank you, Bob Lewis.
I was.
So is your
right
question,
team,
who's
right
the guy you
position,
collected
wrong
the
My
name.
most?
question
the
is, do
biggest
you
one
have?
for?
My question is, do you have any cards or collections that you have that are literally just off the beaten path that are more than anything just for fun or that amuse you or that have either sentimental or entertainment value to it? I gave you two examples: the Chris Chucko one for entertainment memory value and stuff like that because it amuses me because I was opening up boxes at that time period. It can be whatever, but do you have anything that fits in that bucket of what the hell? I like it. It entertains me because there's a memory associated to it, but it doesn't fit my normal stuff. The point is, it doesn't fit my normal. These are the players I collect. This is the team I collect. It's a little outside of that. It wouldn't be the first thing people would think of. They'd see the card and go, why the hell do you have that? That's what I'm asking. That's my question. And I posed the question to the chat too. So real quick, I'll read a couple of comments. Take a second to think about it, and I'll go to you guys. I got a Fred Freeman. Oh, read that one. Hogue says, got to get your money's worth out of that Mont Blanc pen. I don't have a Mont Blanc pen, but I do have a couple of fancy pens. But thank you, Hogues. I'm giving a hard time because I don't have a middle name, but I have to sign additional paperwork to state that fact. I show your pain. Thank you, James. Pair it with the Zach Wilson Tree Lancer 21 class. Maybe I will. Mason Rudolph. It helps that I actually opened boxes, plural, boxes of football product in 2018. That's why I have that vivid memory of that rookie class. That's the reason why I was participating in it. And Black Box and Bob Lewis both said Ridley, so thank you both for that. Got it? All right, we're caught up on the chat. So my question is the same for you in the chat. Do you guys pick up, it doesn't have to be a full-fledged collection, it doesn't have to be this big elaborate thing, but do you occasionally pick up cards that like fall off the beaten path because it's just something that kind of you get a kick out of it? Like to me, I love grabbing a couple of Sam Darnold cards like that because it just amuses me. Sam Darnold will likely amount to nothing. I just love the fact that I can get a card like that so cheap. That was so expensive at the time because I remember opening boxes when people were chasing these dudes. I remember Sam Darnold being a good hit. And even Josh Rosen to a lesser degree being a decent hit. Those were guys that people were chasing. Baker as well. Lamar and Josh Allen came on later. But it was Baker and Sam Darnold had a cup of coffee, a moment where people were chasing his stuff. Not anymore, obviously. But I've got some decent Sam Darnold cards. And if he finally sinks and his career ends, I'll probably buy it. Look, I would love to get the damn National Treasures card, like super cheap. I just want to. I want to buy it dirt cheap, but I want to get a card that was super expensive at one point. I just love the idea. So, Yannick, do you want to take a stab at that? Do you have anything that falls outside of your normal stuff? I'll be right back, but I want to pose to you first.
Not really. I'm kind of the boring one in that. I don't break products. I don't go out of what I regularly collect, so I don't have any really like big
Yannick, you don't want to
products.
tell Eric about your Booby-Or collection?
Yeah, I have a
Oh,
secret Booby-Or all
like
rookie.
hundreds, literally
Yeah.
hundreds of the rookies.
Yeah.
Stacks,
no,
stacks,
like,
stacks.
The odd things that I do collect is I like to collect local players
Mhm.
that from, let's say, Canada or within Quebec that they had a great career or not. Mostly they did not have a great career, but it's still kind of nice to have a local guy tied to a history. But no, I'm boring, I guess, in that regard. I don't have any special out of the ordinary. So
Psh, this is
No.
the perfect opportunity for you to tell me you had a secret trout collection so I could mock you. It was going to be so beautiful. It was going to
even that, man, I wish I
It's
could.
going to be a perfect moment. It's going to be amazing.
See, I'm that boring. I don't even have a Mike Trout or a Gretzky.
Bubbles,
So,
save us. What falls off the beaten path there? You've got a pretty varied collection of different stuff. What falls off the beaten path? I'll be right back.
I don't have anything that I like search for, but if there's something that I come across, like, so obviously after the Nationals won the World Series, there was the whole Astros debacle with the cameras and
The
all
garbage
that, and
cans
I
and-
thought it was funny, and I was trying to find the card because I can't remember the name of the guy, but there is a Astros card from, I think it's 91, 90 or 91 Upper Deck, where it's literally a guy from the Astros in the outfield with the big ass TV camera, like, and I thought that card pictured, it was almost like Upper Deck was predicting the future. So, I grabbed that. When I go through collections, if I buy them, it always, I kind of set them aside, the Ryan Leafs, the Jamarcus Russells, those guys, because looking back on what they were supposed to be and how big those guys were, it's just hilarious. Ryan Leaf was taken ahead of Peyton Manning, and most people don't even know who the hell he is, or younger generation anyway. But I wouldn't say I go out of my way to find anything. I love Victor Robles. He said, like, sentimental value. One reason I started collecting him is because when I got back into baseball, the first game that me, my wife, and my kids went to, I actually won a game used Victor Robles jersey, and me and my kids got a picture taken with him when we got the jersey from him. And like, that was a moment that I couldn't replace again. And so I, started collecting him. If I could turn back time, I would have put all of that money into Juan
share
Soto,
cards?
obviously. But
I was gonna
mean,
say that.
As soon as you said if I could turn back time, I was like,
Oh,
share
oh,
cards?
boy.
Share cards to the moon?
I don't have a share. I don't think so.
Well,
But
maybe if you turn
no,
back
I
time.
mean,
That's right.
I don't search anything. I guess it would be more like you came across the Darnold Rosen card. I remember, I think it was 2 Chantilly shows ago, there was a guy that had some value boxes that were loaded, and it cracked me up. And we actually talked about it, me and the dealer. He had Brady Quinn National Treasure RPAs in his value box for like $10. And we were discussing like how big those cards were. If Brady Quinn hype when he was a rookie was today, how big those cards would be. And they were in a value box for like $10 now. And sadly, a lot of the people are today are going to be in that same situation. So
I think it works out right time, right place, because I'm not a big football collector, but it just so happened in 2018 I happened to be deciding to open some boxes at the time. I haven't done that really before or since. So for me, that 2018 class fits really nicely into this because it happened to be a random time that I decided to go into it. And I've got videos on the channel of me opening the boxes. So like I can go back and watch the videos. I was actually doing it at the same time. So for me, it was great because I've got documentation of when I was opening those boxes and trying to pull some of those guys. And I really haven't gone back to do that since, and I probably won't. But that 2018 class, I can still enjoy and have some fun with it. Again, if none of those guys amount to anything, I would have no problem going and getting some Baker cards later, some more Sam Darnold cards, a couple of Josh Rosens, and some of the guys that just didn't work out. Because I could probably get them pretty cheap, and it'd be kind of fun to have some nice cards of them that
Make
would
a
have been
collection
super.
of who didn't make it.
But for a very specific class where I was actually opening wax that I could have had a chance to pull. And look, I've got a small stack of Josh Rosens that I pulled that I could never get rid of now. I can't get rid of them, even though I'd like to.
All the $20 National Treasure patch that you can afford.
Exactly. It'd be, and I would have a lot of fun with that. The point here is that it's not for investment. It's not for anything other than I will get a kick out of it. And if somebody goes through and sorting through, like, why do you have this? I can tell you the story. I can tell you exactly why I have it. It was intentional. I did it on purpose. Eric, you got something that fits here?
Yeah, I just pulled it out. I collect.
Put it back in, Eric. Put it back in. Nobody needs you to pull things out.
You sure?
Look, this is a family show, Eric.
Don't pull anything out, Eric.
I know. Settle down on pulling things out. Bobbles, tell the man to put it back in.
All right.
Good Lord.
I thought
he
maybe-
broke
All right, show the
jacket
damn
out,
card. Let's
and
go.
now he's
Show
getting
the
all
damn card.
There's no
crazy.
sponsorship that way. All right. So I collect basketball cards that have really nice backgrounds of the old Boston Garden. Okay. So, like, for example, here's a Robert Parrish card. And you can see, the upper deck, the yellow upper deck.
Oh, that's obvious.
Here's the green floor. You can see Larry Bird in there too. But here's a whole bunch. Like, I think this Sean Bradley card's probably the best one that's ever been made. You can even see the Bruins banners. You got the Shaq card. Also has a great shot of the old Garden. But all these basketball cards, if you look past the players, you can see the old building, and it's just that's something I collect. So somebody would find these and be like, these are random players, random years. He doesn't collect basketball. What is this doing in his collection? It's actually a collection of the Boston Garden.
I thought you were gonna pull out all the chocolate stick wrapper you ever had.
They don't come in wrappers.
They do if they come out of a vending
So
machine,
they
Eric.
just hand it to you with their hands? And then
We've
you
talked
take
about
it?
vending machine chocolate sticks, Eric.
Put it in a bag.
It's back in play.
When
They
he
got the tongs. They pick up this chocolate stick. They drop it in a bag and they hand it to you.
And you're saying they take it out.
And then they gotta tell you take it out the bag before you eat it, or
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
they gotta remind you, right?
All right, real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. Black Box says, I picked up about 5 cards of Caro Beto. I totally butchered that. I'm sorry. I apologize. Who's a Japanese Hall of Famer. He's the character on the shirt of the dude in The Big Lebowski. Nice. Relatively cheap and unique cards that are fun to find. Cool.
That's cool.
Carlos says, Yannick has the best background image ever. He did. Now it is no longer the greatest background in the world. It is just a tribute.
I just can't I can't change that title once you're in.
Oh, the title?
Yeah.
Can you do something about him, please?
I'll put the background back now. There you go.
Clarity.
See? That's better.
Please.
Yeah, and I just removed the title for you. So right now,
Perfect.
it'll save you for later, but you got the background.
Thank you.
All right, so I took care of that.
I still like the image.
Yeah, Charity says, wow, them Eric. There you go. So thank you. Charity was supporting you, Eric.
I appreciate it.
All right, Average Joe Card Collector says, Eric collecting Boston Gardens is a new low. Average Joe Card Collector is also supporting you, Eric.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
In a different way.
But you asked about a specific thing.
I
and
did. Look, by the definition of my request, you did meet that request.
These are cards of the Boston Garden.
Let me kind of play off of that, actually, since so here's a little bit of a different twist. And Yannick, I don't think that's necessarily something you've collected, but I think you're familiar with the concept, so I'll explain. Have any of you, including folks in the chat, have you ever looked after or looked for what I call cameo cards? And what I mean by that is cases where maybe you got a full bleed photo, because basically what Eric did is almost the cameo card concept. It's the same concept. So maybe you got like a full bleed photograph. So I've got like a couple of pages of Medanos. I don't consider them part of my main collection, but they're like full bleed photographs. But literally Medano is in the photo prominently to the point like he's very clearly there, but it's another player's card. So I would say 99 2000 Pacific Hockey was really good for this because you had full bleed photos. I remember when I opened boxes of it, I just happened to notice that because they were using these large photos, there would be other players clearly prominently featured on them. So sometimes it would be Medano would be skating after somebody. The focus would be the one player, but you literally had his whole uniform with his full name and number on the back of it. So that'd be one. Another one, Medano's literally chasing somebody out. You can see his whole face and his whole body, basically, with him getting a stick trying to take a puck from somebody. It's an action shot. That's a cameo, because you can see the dude. You see exactly who it is. It's abundantly clear. It's kind of a fun little way of collecting some extra cards that don't... Most of the time, it's cheap, because a lot of these are just common cards. You're not
that's
really
cool.
paying good money. It's kind of a fun little twist if you're bored and are looking for something extra.
There's Booby.
One of my favorite Bobby Orr cards is actually a Johnny Busick card.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Yeah. So basically, that's that. I call that a cameo card. I'm saying that, yeah, you've got a main player, but then in the background or in the foreground or some combination therein, you've got these other players that are there and you can see it. So I'm curious if any of you in the chat or anybody else has ever collected these cameo cards. And I actually think I might have the binder nearby. I might be able to grab a couple, so I'll see if I can. So I'll come back in a second. But Bubbles, have you ever played around with cameo cards at all? You're familiar with what I'm referring to?
So the ones that come to mind for me are, and this might piss people off in the chat, but Ben Roethlisberger cards. If there's Ravens in the background and you can tell he's about to get hit, because those two played a lot, and there's a lot of cards where you have the Ravens defense in the background about to hit him. So I do like those. That's about it that I can think of.
Okay.
I never thought about any of that cameo in that way, I guess, but maybe I should look into that. Like, no, I don't have any.
It's more like you know, the hoop. Well, I don't know how much you mess with basketball, but the hoops card that has Jordan in the number 12 jersey. Then you have the Mark Jackson where the Mendez brothers is in the background. The you know, but he's talking some players.
Carlos' favorite, Mike Trout. Mike Trout has cards that he's wearing the number 45 instead of his 27. That I know.
There you go, Fish
That's
Boy.
One thing.
Okay.
I think it's because of
Hank Aaron, I believe, or
no, the 45. I think he's wearing because of that pitcher that died
player,
on.
Yeah, the pitcher.
Tyler Skaggs.
Yeah, Aaron was 44, wasn't he?
44, 45. He's wearing a different number on the All-Star game cards, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so I've got a couple I'll show as examples of kind of what I'm referring to. So I've got it inside of a binder page here, but I'll show you guys here. So this one is actually, this will be a fun one. This is, I think, I want to say 91, 92 Pro Set Platinum. Because they basically had full bleed photos. So it's one of those, you know, garbage sets in here. So this is a Paul.
That is not a garbage set, man.
It's not a great set. Paul Zabert, basically from the Red Wings. So the player here. So I'll show
Eyes of Heart.
Yeah. So you see him, but look who's in the background.
Yeah.
So Medano's literally right there trying to basically play some kind of defense there. So that was an example of one that I found very early on. Now, I don't know if you guys remember from the Pittsburgh Penguins. So Jim Payek.
Yep. I actually remember that one. Yep.
Yeah, so that's conceptually the example of what I'm referring to. So here's one from Pacific, I think, 2000, 2001. It's a Sackett card, but
nice.
Look who's chasing him down. So that's what I mean. Like, an action shot makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's from the Stanley Cup semifinals. So it's actually an action shot from the playoffs.
Nice.
So same concept, same idea. This one's a Saku Koivu from the 99-2000 set. You got a couple players, but then you see.
Mm-hmm.
You can see him. You can see the jersey number. Like, it's abundantly clear. It's not like...
Okay, dumb question, but how the hell do you find out? Like, I mean, you got to look at every one of them and say, oh, look, there's Modano. Like,
I was literally opening packs at the time. And honestly, because they're full bleed photos, I would scan through and I would just notice it. I wasn't specifically going out of my way to look for them. But I happened to see them. And this is a Doug Brown.
there you go.
You can literally see, like, right there. So I came across them by accident. I did not go specifically into it going, oh yeah, let me look at each individual photograph, each individual card. But in the course of sorting through, at the time I was sorting the set, I found different cards that fit that category, and I was able to fill up a page of them. There's a Martin Lapointe. Medano was chasing him after in the picture. There is a Jim McKenzie. Medano's right there. And then there is the Mike Johnson, and Medano's facing the other way kind of there. But you can actually see it. So, like, it's possible.
Here is my argument of why 91-92 Pro Set Platinum is one hell of a set.
Why?
Because it has the one
Mr.
and
Rogers.
only Mr. Rogers freaking rookie card in it.
Hell
How can
yeah.
you say the set that has Mr. Rogers rookie is a bad set? Come on, man. Shame on you, Carlos.
You have Daniel San too? Daniel
With
LaRusse?
great ease, because I refuse to be his neighbor. I refuse. Get your own sugar, Rogers. You're not knocking on my door for it.
And real quick before I put this in the stack, does this constitute as a good autograph, Eric?
Oh no, that's complete trash.
MVP.
You signed MVP.
It's supposed to be MVP. It's 3 initials, and that's still what you got. That's great.
That's complete trash.
You know what the saddest part, Bobbles? You know what the saddest part is? Most of the wrestlers are pretty good with that. Like because they're signing for character name. Most of them are pretty good at actually doing it. It's kind of sad when they don't bother. It's kind of funny and a little bit sad when they don't bother with it. So this is one of the ones that I picked up from this most recent one. The name is Zoe Stark, so she's from WWE. One of Zoe Stark. But you can see it signed the full name.
Yeah,
so at least you
Like it's
can
right there.
read it.
It's right in the middle of the sticker, and it's the full name. You get the first and again, it's a made up name, but you're getting the first and last name. The whole thing is right there.
No, I think that's a good one.
Yeah, Zoe Stark, done. Like it's not rocket science.
Speaking of wrestling, I have tried my ass off a few times now at several different locations. Does anybody have a gas station around them that has the damn Slim Jim holder of Macho Man? Because that thing is sweet, and I have been trying to get one. The new one is purple and yellow. It was like red and yellow. Now there's a new one, and he's purple and yellow. I've been trying. Every time I see one, every time I go to a different gas station, they have it. I'll ask them if I buy every Slim Jim in there, can I have the display? And I cannot get one.
They still have a display with the Macho Man on it for selling Slim Jims in 2023. The guy's been dead for like 5 years.
Yes, they have them.
They're still using him as a pitchman, even though he's been dead for 5 years.
Yes.
Ironically, as a dead pitchman, he's better than a lot of live ones.
That's true.
He is the Macho Man Randy Savage, Eric.
He is pretty macho.
I actually went on eBay to see
Cream of the crop,
how
man.
much they cost, but they're pretty expensive. So
Rise to the top.
To answer your question, Carlos, I have been doing Cameo cards since forever. Since day one of my collecting. It was like you said, you summed it up. It's a cheap way to collect cards, right? Of certain players. And I started doing it with Gretzky cards. There's a bunch of cards out there with Gretzky's in the photo. It's a Gretzky card, and it's like 3 cents as opposed to $20. So, and then it kind of grew from there. And I would collect tons of them and put them in binders and things like that. But it's no secret, if you look over my shoulder, my favorite player of all time in hockey history is because I'm weird and crazy, is
Peter
Reggie
Klima.
No, shut up. It'd be Reggie Lumlin. And I have all the Cameo cards that Reggie Lumlin are in right here. And these are all of them. There are no more. But, you could see him like sitting on the bench in a few. Others, you can see him just like in this Dave Poulin, you can just see his rear end. You can see his glove hand in this one of Kelly Kissio of the Rangers. You can just see his glove and his pad. In this Bob Beers one, he's kind of hiding behind Bob Beers, who was a defenseman. So, I've been doing this for a long time.
Eric takes it another level, man. It's like
Here's an idea, Eric. You can look at you find Dunkin' Donut ads on the boards.
That just make me hungry.
What's funny is that Eric is taking it up another, because if you notice in the examples I gave you, you saw at least a decent amount of Medano's body in the shot.
Yeah.
But Eric literally has his and that's his arm.
That's
like a back of him. It's like, wait a minute, that's the edge of his skate.
Yeah,
I can tell. That's the edge of the skate.
If it's got Reggie Lumlin on it, I collect it. I don't think there's too many. I mean, I'm sure there's a few, maybe up in Calgary or here in Boston, but I'm probably one of the biggest Reggie Lumlin collectors there are. his game stick is sitting over there on the wall. You guys can see. That's all autographed to me and everything. So,
Did you say one of the biggest or likely the only?
either one.
Probably fits both.
There may be some other ones, but yeah, I mean, I
And when Eric finds out who they are, he grabs his sword. There can only be one.
yeah,
Hey.
there will be a conversation like that. Let me tell you,
Eric, believe me,
his
I get
kids
surprised when I
like them more
come
than me. I
across.
don't know.
I
You
get
get surprised
surprised when I
when
come across Michael Taylor collectors because I thought I was the only one.
We're back to the Highlander thing, man. Say Bobbles, and this is one from the mail today as well. And we got we'll see what next season holds. But I was joking with Wes in the Discord. I said to him, "Now is our opportunity to down talk them so we can get the stuff cheaper." So we got the Ottinger Ultimate Rookies. Picked up that one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like I said, no, this I got a good stack of cards. Like this mail day is got some Ottinger, got some Medano, got some FUBAR. Even got some Dennis PC.
I want to show this one just because this is him with the Atlanta Flames. You know,
You did that for Carlisle. I know you did it.
yep. So next time I see him, I'm probably going to have him sign this and a few other things. But yeah, that's a Coca-Cola card from the Atlanta Flames. So anything with Reggie on it, I grab it. So
I have the arena with his name on it up the street here. You want me to go pick something in the bathroom for you?
yeah, whatever you can grab, man. Grab the sign off.
What you're gonna see is as the inscription is gonna be Reggie Lumlin. It's like, who the hell are you? Reggie Lumlin.
No, Red.
Next signature, please leave me alone. Reggie Lumlin. It's like the next one. My lawyer will be in touch. Reggie Lumlin.
What the funny thing is he's friends with my boss, and my boss's sister actually used to cut his hair. So they've been friends for a long time. And when he comes into the shop, I have to act cool. And of course, my boss is like pressing my buttons and trying to get me to act stupid. So I have to try to act cool the whole time.
Trying to get you. Wait, I want to emphasize.
Wait.
This. I'm gonna repeat this sentence. Trying to get you to act stupid.
Or cool.
Yeah. Because I want to fanboy out. Now, I've been around a lot of athletes, and I don't have a problem not fanboying. But when Reggie comes into the store, I feel like I'm like 14 again. And
14-year-old girl.
I almost want to go, ah!
Yeah.
when he comes in.
Yeah.
We
But
just assume you do that
I-
as soon as you run outside.
And cry.
And my boss likes to like poke the bear and try to get me to be a fanboy, and I just have to act like I don't care. And then Reggie gets this impression like I don't really care, when really I want to just scream like the Beatles came in and I'm a 14-year-old girl.
Okay, I have a series of questions now.
Okay.
Now that this has come See, now I have to adjust my posture to prepare myself appropriately.
Okay, go ahead.
Question number one.
Question one.
Does the card shop have televisions in it?
The television's in it.
Yeah. Does the card shop have several televisions throughout the shop?
It has one television.
Is it prominently featured television?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the prominently featured television have connection or access to the internet?
It does.
Yannick, I think I need to make a phone call to a card shop, and I think when the time comes, I think we can get the episode where Bougie Eric is in his backyard acting the fool, and all we need to do is get it to play when Reggie
July
Lumlin comes in and say, "Wait, isn't that this douchebag that works for you?"
The July 1st, 2020.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. We need that shit on loop. As soon as Reggie Lumlin comes in, act cool now, Bougie Eric.
I wouldn't like that.
Which is why So It Is Said, So It Is Done. It's
That would
sponsored
not-
by Crumble.
That would not make me happy at all.
Robert says, better or worse Highlander? Film series or TV series? I actually like the TV series. I preferred it over the film series personally, but open-ended question.
Never
There
care
can
for
be
both.
there can be only one, and I picked the film series.
All right, fair enough. Yannick, film or TV?
I don't care. I never watch Highland.
The movie has Sean Connery in it, and the
Yeah.
TV series I thought was
I
decent.
remember Christophe Lambert and other.
It's Sean Connery. You cannot poo-poo Sean Connery.
I actually thought the TV series was decent. That's why I'm saying I actually don't mind it. I picked the TV series just because you're getting a little bit more of a story drawn out a little bit. Bubbles, did you ever watch the Highlander TV series or film series?
No, I don't watch much TV at all. In fact, I just realized that Fear the Walking Dead was back on, so I'm like, what, 6 episodes behind already?
Okay, Bubbles.
I
I never
watched
watched
Fear of
any of the. Okay, just a quick question. Now that you mentioned this, I never watched any of the Walking Dead. I don't care about the zombie stuff at all. But question: we've got the Walking Dead, we've got Fear the Walking Dead. Is there another one?
Yeah, there's a few.
They're starting to make spin-offs of the characters from The Walking Dead.
But there were ones in the
There's going to
past.
be like a New York one with a couple of them, and then Daryl's getting a series. So yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll pose the question this way: what is the difference between The Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead? I understood that there were 2 series, but I didn't understand why. What's the other than a spinoff? What is the difference between the 2 series?
Different characters. That's it.
Well, it's not even just different characters because some of the characters are in both.
Yeah.
It's different locations and different times, and it tells different parts of the story as well.
Okay, so it's
Like
in the
Fear-
same universe, but we've changed locations and times, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
that's basically what I was asking. I didn't understand what the distinction was between it. That's what
Yeah,
I'm referring to.
it's kind of different locations and everything, and different time periods.
All right, fair enough.
I was never into it in the beginning, and she watched it, and then I started watching it, and we watched the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Once you get into it, it's pretty decent. I'm not a zombie guy, but
Oh sure.
the storyline's pretty good.
There you go. Separate to it, I had canceled my Netflix, but I have Prime Video, and occasionally I'll binge a couple of things. I'm actually watching the end of The Blacklist. I want to see the end of the season 10 to get that series done. I like it, but I wanted to wait until it had reached the last season to just binge the damn thing so I could get it
Cancel
over.
Netflix after the Golden Touch.
Absolutely, yeah. I just needed, listen. I got my fill of Kenny. That was enough. And I watched a couple of quick things real quick before it expired, because when you cancel, you've got until the end of the month cycle.
Yeah, you.
So I
finished
went
in 30
through a
days.
bunch and binged a couple of series, got caught up on it.
I'm
But-
pretty plain and boring. I don't watch a lot of TV at all.
Oh no, for sure. When I
It's a
turn it
full-time
on,
job. These series.
when I turn it on, I will binge a couple of series or documentaries or stuff. Just get through them quickly, just to justify the time. I don't want to keep it on month after month because I'm not going to watch this shit often enough. Prime Video I've got with my Prime, so that's fine. I actually watched. They've got a series on there called Citadel, and that's on Prime Video. I will say it's interesting, but from what I understand, it's like this super expensive series, like stupid expensive. Because it literally is like an action movie, but it's like an 8-episode series. Season 1 is like 8 episodes. But like each episode is almost like a mini action movie in and of itself, with the set pieces and the whole stuff going on in the action sequences. And I'm like, how much money did you spend on this shit? There's like no chance you will get your money back. And they tried to throw in the intrigue. And basically, everybody's lying to everybody. Everybody's like a double agent or a spy. And if they go to season 2, which I think they will, everything is screwed. And I was like, all right, I'm amused. I'm not going to lie. I'm amused. But it's like, holy crap, guys. Jeez. How much money did you spend on this damn thing?
I can't. Some of these series, when you look at it, even before you start the show, you're like, 5 season, 16 episode, an hour each. It's like, man, it's like a full-time job watching that.
It can be, yeah.
Like, I don't have the time for that.
But I'll tell you what I enjoyed, Yannick. And by the way, just to be clear, my review is that the series. So Citadel, I thought was decent for what it was. It's nothing special, but I enjoyed it for what it was because I like action movies anyway. So to me, it was like an action movie each episode, and like whatever. And I like spy movies and stuff, so that's fine. That genre I like. But it's supposed to be like in the spy genre, but it's supposed to be comedy. Arnold Schwarzenegger had a TV series. It's literally called FUBAR.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you watch that?
No, not yet, but
Okay.
it's on my list just because I'm
Here's
curious.
my review.
Because he's the secret agent with his
Yeah,
dog.
he is, yes.
He can
So-
still pull off that he has a 20-year-old daughter, apparently.
Yeah, clearly, obviously. He's from Austria. They can do anything.
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing. My review is this: it's trash. It's utter trash, and I enjoyed it. I want to make clear, it is trash.
So it's
it is
trash
stupid.
that it's enjoyable.
I enjoyed it. It's really dumb, but I laughed. Not through the whole thing, because sometimes they try to make you laugh,
Is
and
it
it's
all
not really that funny.
cliche and stuff, or
A little bit of that. They'll make references to some of Schwarzenegger's movies and some of the stuff he's done. Of course, you got to get in some of those jokes. Look, some of the stuff they tried to make funny was not funny, but some of the stuff that they tried to pull off and tried to make it seriously, I laughed. So I'll put it that way. I still found entertainment in it, but to be clear, the show's trash. It's total trash. But like I said, I still had Netflix on long enough that I could watch the series. I binge watched it, and I was like, all right, great.
Oh, I thought okay, it's all out. I thought it was only one episode a week or something.
Well, I think it might have been, but like by the time I got to it, all the episodes were available. So I just kind of watched one after another and just got through it. And like I said, for what it was, I enjoyed it, but I'm not going to claim it was good. There's no way. I can't make that claim. For me, it was a so bad it's good situation for me. I enjoyed watching it, but I'll be shocked if they come to a second series. I'll be shocked, but at the same time, it's like, all right, if you come back to a second series, I might turn Netflix back on to watch this shit.
What are we referring to?
I'm referring to FUBAR. FUBAR is a series on Netflix.
Yeah, I know what it is. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's like, come on, you gotta see. It's Arnold. Come on, it's
Arnold.
I
know.
I was like, all right, whatever you guys want to do. And by the end of the first season, I was like, really? If you have a second season, that's gonna be screwed up. I'm amused. I dare you. Do a second season, Netflix. I dare you to renew that shit.
I mean, is it just it's just garbage, or
it's convoluted. The concept itself is fine, but I think the writing staff needs to be fired, hired by Beckett, and then fired by them too. Like the concept, you could make the concept. Look, the concept is not that complicated. Arnold Schwarzenegger's a spy. He has a daughter who becomes a spy, and they happen to be spies at the same time, but they didn't realize it until they suddenly did. And then hijinks ensue.
Are they spies like us?
What's that?
Are they spies like us?
Well, like Yannick, mostly. Yeah, that's different. But the point is that the point is that they come to this discovery, and then they end up having to team up. But because they never knew they were spies, they realize that their entire lives they've been lying to each other.
So it's true lies,
basically. But instead of the wife, it's the daughter.
Yeah.
Okay. But the wife also doesn't know he's a spy, so there's that.
So it's True Lies. Okay.
Yeah. But the daughter also has a relationship where they don't know it's a spy.
True Lies was good though.
Well, True Lies was better than this. But yeah, I will say, like I said, stretched out over the course of a season. Look, I'll put it this way. I don't think the show was particularly well written, but I enjoyed several of the characters because several of the characters were so ridiculous that I enjoyed them. That's the way I present it. So I would say if you're interested, watch a couple of episodes and you'll figure out the gist of it pretty quick, and then you can kind of decide for yourself if it's worth watching.
You still enjoy FUBAR more than the Golden Touch?
Oh God, yes, like infinitely. It's not even close. No, the Golden Touch was such a ridiculous disappointment. Yeah, it was like you guys failed me in every possible way, even for mockery purposes. You failed me. This is lame. This is weak.
That's a tease, basically.
Yeah, I was like, this sucks. By the end of it, I was like, on the one hand, it's not the worst thing I've seen, but on the other hand, with the material we had here, with the potential characters we had here, with the possibility of Ken Golden lighting himself on fire presented before me, you teased me with this, and what did you give me? Beanie Babies.
Yeah, I didn't like the Beanie Babies.
Trash. Bobbles? Trash.
And then
Beanie Babies are trash.
The coolest
thing
you can find them everywhere. Seen, they are not rare.
No, they're not.
The coolest thing I've ever seen in my life was Karl Malone's Dream Team exhibit, and the show ends. And I'm like, well, what happened?
I actually think that auction just recently came on for sale at Golden. Yeah, it just now. But that show was filmed so long ago that like we got this big old time delay. So we're getting the results of it now.
The only thing that could even be close to that is having the the locker room of like the New York Yankees, teams of Babe Ruth and Luke Gehrig and all them guys. I mean, this is the most amazing display I've ever seen. And the story of his wife just picked the stuff up off the
Thought
floor.
of picking it all up. Yeah.
And they had him sign them all. It never got washed. Like it came off Larry Bird's back, hit the floor. She picked it all up and stuffed it in a trash bag.
Like the equipment guy at the All-Star game there.
It's just absolutely amazing. And I wanted to see, okay, what happens next? I didn't really pay attention that there's only like 6 episodes or something. So I was waiting for it to run into the next one like the other ones had. And it was over.
Well, but Eric and Bobbles, so did you end up watching any of the Golden Touch at all?
No. I heard enough about it that it's kind of like why go watch
to be blunt, I don't think you missed anything. But look, Eric, when Cards and Comics and I were talking about this, we had a chance to kind of flesh it out a little bit more, our thoughts on it. The more time I've thought about this, the more I agree with the premise that, look, it's reality TV. It's scripted bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Just lean into scripted bullshit. What I would have done, and we made that suggestion, but you know what? The more I thought about it, the more I believe this would have been the play. They played around with the idea of the Golden Team buying the house from the Godfather. And they talked, and they made reference to restoring it to kind of the movie, whatever. Here's the thing. You know what? This is reality TV bullshit. Do it. Buy the damn thing. I would have done that in episode 1. And throughout the rest of the 6 episodes, I would have shown progress to them actually trying to let hijinks ensue. Let Kenny walk in when they're trying to do some of that shit and have something weird happen. The crane breaks a window or something. Like, have some fun with it. And by the 6th episode, did they restore it? Were they able to sell it? Was disaster averted?
I can't say for sure, but my gut feeling with most Hollywood situations like this, the exterior of the house was used, the backyard was used. Everything that was filmed inside was on a studio set in Hollywood. So you're not going to turn it back into what it used to be because it never, ever was there. I watched it with my mom, and we were having that conversation. Like, everything that was filmed inside was on a soundstage. That's how they do this in Hollywood. They use buildings for exterior shots and do all the inside stuff on a soundstage.
Eric, that's not the point. The point is we're talking about a bullshit reality show. Who cares?
But it's
historical accuracy is not the point, Eric.
But I'm saying that it's stupid because they're like, oh, we're going to put it back to the way it was. It wasn't like that. It was filmed on a soundstage.
It's okay. Let them do it. The point is I'm saying my point is that I'm saying play into it. Just do it. Like go through the motions of trying to do that and play up the absurdity of it in between talking about Beanie Babies and the Jackie Robinson jersey and the rest of that stuff in between the episodes. I would have done that as kind of an arc over the 6 episodes to give you something that connects everything. That way you've got something going on in the background the whole time that you can kind of observe to, and that connects all the pieces. That way you can still have all the other stuff happening in between, and then you come back to it in episode 6 to see resolution, one way or the other.
In Carl Malone's collection. It's the greatest collection I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but I think that would have to be like a season 2 thing because, as I said, they're just getting to it now. So it would have to be later.
I did hear like the story of that where Malone said it was all the credit went to his wife because she picked all the jerseys up. Smart woman. He's a rich man now.
Yeah.
As if he wasn't already, but
Yeah, put an exclamation point on it. Hey.
Actually, the contracts weren't that big back then, and he didn't get I wonder how much LA Gear paid him. He didn't have a Nike deal, so.
Robert says if they have a season 2, I'd like to see Golden buy and sell the Unabomber's cabin. See, that would be entertaining.
That'd be cool.
Go for it. Do something.
I accept. Did you hear me say what shoe company he had? Did you hear me? He had LA Gear. That was
Yeah.
Karl Malone's contract. Not Nike, not Converse, not Reebok. LA Gear. That's the footwear he wore.
And they were popular as hell too.
I guess wasn't the juggernaut of those other brands by any means.
Don't lie to us. You're wearing LA gear right now, aren't you?
I'm not gonna. I take the fifth.
Mm-hmm. Dave, good
Guys,
evening.
I gotta go.
Have a good one, Yannick.
Thank
Keep
you for
working
having
on your
me.
best background ever.
See you later,
I
buddy.
will.
Laugh. I needed a good laugh today, and you did it, and I appreciate it, pal.
I'm always there for everybody.
All right, I'll talk to you.
Carlos, thank
Take
you
it easy.
guys.
Have
Have
a
a
good one.
good evening.
Take it easy, Ian.
All right, so good evening, Dave. Perfect, thank you. But yeah, I'll just say bottom line on it is that, yeah, the Golden Touch was very disappointing for what it could have been. The point is the potential. That's the key. I don't think it was that's why I say my review was that it's certainly not the worst thing I've ever watched. I've certainly seen worse. But compared to what it could have been, or even compared to another reality show, it was a letdown on all counts. Because it's like, well, guys, then what was... I felt like I wasted my time. I wasn't interested enough in what they had. They had some cool memorabilia. I don't care enough about that. Like, you literally could have made a video about this on the YouTube channel and it would have been fine. I don't need Netflix for that shit. I'm sorry.
Did they expose what Golden was like? He was teasing on his Instagram and stuff. He had to like make this flight out, and this was several months before the show ever came out. But he's
Right.
like, it's finally the day we're gonna make this happen. Something big for the Golden Touch show. Blah blah blah. Did they ever show or like say what that was all about, or was that just him trying to lead up to the show?
I assume it was promotion for the show. I'm not aware of anything special. Like I said, even this Golden is one of the folks in this space, and he's not the only one. Like, let's call a spade. He's not the only one. There's a lot of folks who talk about announcements and like big deals coming up, whatever. And delivery is a big issue in the genre. It's a big problem. A lot of people promise a lot of stuff, but it's like nothing ever happens. And it's like, look, man, you do you, but if you're gonna say you're gonna do this crazy thing, then do a crazy thing. Otherwise, just like go on about your business and let's see what happens. But yeah, Golden makes a lot of those promises. Like I said, he's done some impressive stuff. This show is just fine. It's okay, not a big deal. And again, calling a spade, and Bobbles knows this. We always kind of tease SGC Pete because he's done a lot of great things running with that company and doing a lot of it, but he also promises a lot of things. He always says he's working on this crazy, amazing thing, and we're always like, so when? When, Peter? Like, if I just listen to your words, there should be like 50 things down the pipeline, and maybe there are, but you've been promising these 50 things for a while.
Yeah, I know for 3 years there's been, every time people would ask about a registry, he would say it's coming, but then he's lately said it's not a necessity. There's supposedly an app at some point.
That was another one that's recently been mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, there's many things. To be honest, I don't know what's going on. So
it's like Bobby Burrell and his lies.
The app.
Oh, we've been using that app for years, man.
It's just like the Bobby Burrell lies. Okay, all right, I understand.
The front of the
They're
app
not
is literally
lies, they just
the
haven't
front of the app
happened.
literally says no Eric's allowed. Like, what do you want from us? It's expressly clear in the terms and conditions that you hit accept. No Eric's allowed. What do you want from me? Eric Haux. So real quick, Rock Lake says Eric seems like he would have been more of a British Knights type kid.
I did not own any BKs.
Wow. Eric, how extensive is your All-Star game collection?
It's growing all the time. It's something I enjoy collecting. Some things are completely out of my price range. But I have this jacket from Dawn. I have this duffel bag. Inside the duffel bag comes a license plate, bumper sticker, I have a napkin.
So Just curious, Eric. Did you go the All-Star Game route since you couldn't go the Stanley Cup route?
Yeah, that's right. I have fan balloting. I had Ray sign a couple of these for me.
Are they filled out?
Did
No.
you vote for Ray?
I told him I did.
So you didn't vote for Ray. You
That
liar.
needs to be put on the. That needs to be put on that monitor.
There's all this different other stuff that came from the game. This was like a magazine they put out for it. Here's like a poster that they did or something.
What was that cartoon character where they had the purse that shit just kept coming out of? It feels like that's what that bag is.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I have other stuff too.
Not the cartoon character, but I felt like I was thinking Mary Poppins bag.
Yeah, there you go.
There's another
you
one,
go.
like an endless bag that had stuff. in it.
That picture right there, I had Ray sign. That's a picture of him accepting the MVP trophy.
That one or that one?
Yeah, and then there's
That
the
one?
band. That's he
Oh,
signed
was that one or that one?
that one and that
This
one.
one.
So yeah, there's a street banner from the All-Star game that
You
hung
stole a street banner from the street?
and
What are you, Karl Malone's wife? Like, what are you doing? You're just stealing shit?
Do you have any ice?
Yeah, I keep it in my freezer. I got them, and "Do not touch" is written all over it. But there's a street banner that hung out in front of the garden that he signed twice.
Twice.
Yeah. Well, when you know him, you can have him sign all the stuff you want.
Well, Bobbles, so this was a situation where the second signature is to verify the first signature. It's like the
Oh,
certified
that makes
auto
sense.
and like confirming the certified auto. It's like signed, and then above and then below it, this arrow. This is legit. Signed again.
That makes sense. And then he initials it.
Correct, as you should.
I have a Cam Neely autographed All-Star game puck sitting next to me. I got one that Ray signed for me. I got pins, pucks. I don't know. There's a lot of it around.
There you go. Bob Jackson said, very cool. I started doing a 1987 San Jose collection a while back. There you go. Bob Jackson says, I see.
Hold on. I actually have. I'm pretty sure I have San Jose pucks, Bob. Do you need a puck from that game, from that All-Star game?
There you
I
go.
think I can. If you need one, I think I can get you one.
I'll leave that question open. Bob Jackson says, I see Kiss peeking out. There was a Kiss thing in the background. What is it?
Oh. This has been here for forever. You guys have just never saw it before, but
Well, you and your jacket were blocking it.
it's a blanket.
And how often do you drape yourself in it?
Nightly.
With the jacket?
I guess this is how I go to sleep. I wear the jacket. I wear nothing but the jacket and the blanket.
You could at least wear a kilt. Bobbles can hook you up.
I'd use this as a kilt.
You could, but I feel it would devalue it further. It's already been devalued.
Yeah, this is my kilt.
It's got nowhere to go but down. U.S. sports cards. It's build an hour into Spider-Man. Just couldn't do it. Wow. I heard good things about. I'm not interested in watching it, but I heard good things about the Spider-Man thing. I'm surprised. Quick question: how does the Blackhawks having the number one pick impact their team moving forward this year? I don't think it changes life for Chicago this year.
No.
I think it's good potential for them in the future. If it encourages them to invest in the team, get some good free agents, and build a team around it, that could make a change. But just the pick in and of itself doesn't change life.
Other players are gonna want to come to Chicago. As Chicago is getting older and didn't make the playoffs the last couple of years, free agents weren't running over there. People are gonna want to play with this kid. Okay, and it's like, just like people want to play with McDavid, they want to play with Crosby, they want to play with Ovechkin. They are going to want to play with this kid. So they're going to get free agents. There may even be opportunities where some free agents will say, I will take a little bit less so I can come to Chicago and be a part of this. So, you're going to have nationally televised games all the time. You're going to have, sold out crowds every single home game. So people are going to want to get on that train. So I think it's going to be really good for Chicago, but it's going to take a couple of years.
There you go. Bob Jackson says, I've got a San Jose puck. Fair enough.
Okay.
In relation to the Kiss thing, bottom half is better than top half. There you go. I'll leave it at that.
So, Bob, you have a San Jose All-Star game puck. Just so we're clear, I'm not asking you if you have a regular San Jose puck. You have a San Jose All-Star game puck, right? That's what I need to know.
Bob, just out of curiosity, have you paid attention at all to the NBA Finals there?
I was watching it, and now it's over. It's gone.
She cut the TV on the other night, and so I caught like maybe 1.2 seconds of the game. A dude was going in for a layup. I can't even remember what player it was. That's been my extent of NBA this year.
Fair enough.
I used to love basketball, and I can't get into the game anymore. You cut it on, and yeah, it's just not basketball anymore to me. So.
No, fair enough. I just thought I would ask the question because we're kind of in a spot where clarification on the All-Star game puck. So thank you, Bob.
All right, good. All right.
But it's one of those things where like both the matchups don't interest me. Usually, sometimes I'll watch a little bit of the NBA Finals, just depending on what the matchup is. This one didn't compel me, but Denver did win. So they're up. It looks like they're up 3-1, I believe. So they're on the verge. We'll have to see if the Hojes Jokic card sustains some value after what looks to be a Denver NBA championship.
Well, that, and I mean, he is a guarantee MVP. He's doing triple doubles every freaking game. I mean, he's amazing.
I think it's going to help. But look, in fairness, talking about what we've talked about in the past, isn't that kind of baked in though? Jokic at this point, like a lot of his stuff has already, gone up in value as he won MVPs and stuff. And and this is a general problem. We've talked about this already a number of times. A lot of current cards, the reason they're so high relative to maybe what they should be, is that we bake in all these accomplishments already. To the point that somebody wins a championship or wins an MVP or whatever, and the card either stays stable or goes down. And you're like, well, why did it go down? It's like, well, because they expected that. So now people are selling off, trying to claim the victory, but at the same time, it has nowhere to. It doesn't have more up to go because people are already bought in, expecting them to do these things, which is unfair, but I understand.
Yeah. I think there'll be a brief window with him. I think they're going to win the title, and he'll get MVP, and now he'll have regular season MVPs, playoff MVPs, a championship ring. I think you'll see like more of his jerseys getting sold, and his cards will be in demand for a period of time, and then people move on to the next thing.
Fair enough.
So I have a question to run across everybody, because I've been thinking about this as just a shift in kind of what I'm doing, but also kind of just the vibe. You see it in stores and everything else, but there's been a lot of talk recently because of the May gem rate numbers and the grading numbers were down and everything.
Sure.
I really am not shocked at it. And I think personally that it's going to continue across the board. Not just because, like, even if the companies adjust the price, I think they'll still decline. And it's, to me personally, one major thing that has changed in the hobby is the price and cost of wax. People cannot go out and buy wax and rip like they used to. And you have to have that flow of new cards into the space, and those people then wanting those graded.
That's correct.
And I think that's going to continue to decline. I mean, I just was trying to get some opinions on that if I'm crazy. Because I haven't been buying wax, and I used to rip all the time, and it's just tough to do now. So
I think that's a very astute observation. I think it's a very valid But it's funny is it comes back to a discussion that a lot of folks have. They're like, why does the ultra modern matter and whatever? It's like, well, the problem is if you're talking about grading, the ultra modern is very relevant. The graders want product. So if the manufacturers are struggling to get product out the door, it actually hurts the ecosystem. It slows the ecosystem down. So kind of to Dave's point here, PSA is grading 1 million cards. That's healthy. Yes, it is. But what's going to keep the machine moving is more new product, because the existing product, there's only so much of the existing product that's going to get graded. It's not the norm. Give example.
Well,
Go ahead.
over time, your most popular cards that get graded end up, in most scenarios, decreasing in value anyway, and then they're not even worth the price to get them graded because you could buy them already graded cheaper.
No, for sure. The point that I was going to make, though, is that even if you take the collectors, I'm making all the scenarios, even if you take collectors who are inclined to get a card graded, because obviously some of them won't and some of them don't want to and all that, that's fine. But even if you say you're inclined to get it graded and you're a collector, so I'll give you the example. I showed these cards earlier that are already sitting in the semi-rigids. These are cards I'm going to send in for grading. These are PC cards for me. Several of them are not going to grade high just because they have condition issues based on the product. But they're part of that PC and I like them and I'm going to get them graded for that. And it makes sense for me. But here's the thing. How many cards am I holding? I'm holding three cards. Well, if you're trying to get 1 million cards in, how many orders of 3 cards or 4 cards or 5 cards? No, it's the people who are sending in 50, 100, 200, 500, and the bulk submitters who are sending in a ton. But how do you arrive at that? Well, the people that you're getting sending in the big bulk groups most of the time, are folks that just open up a couple of cases of this new product, found a bunch of stuff that they wanted to get graded, grabbed a stack of them, and sent them in. It tends to be newer product. This card is 1999. This card's 2004, and this one is 2005. This is not if we do the breakdown of what's being submitted, this is minority. These are small numbers relative to new product. When SGC did their special of $9 for tops, they're not doing a special of $9 tops from 1987 or 1990 to 2005. They're doing the brand new Bowman or the brand new tops product. Why? They want to get the new stuff. Because they're hoping with $9 grading, fast turnaround, the new stuff, hey guys, crack open the boxes and then send us the new stuff. There's a reason.
USA is correct on that, and I've always said, breakers were important. But at the same time, a lot of people, such as myself, would open wax themselves, and it's just not feasible to do anymore. The cost of wax and the production numbers, it just doesn't make any sense to do it anymore.
Cheeseburgers and porn stars, Paul. Cheeseburgers and porn stars. There's 2 issues.
Yeah, that kid's life is just a disaster.
Yeah, when US Sports Card here is talking about things get adult pretty fast in terms of Zion Williamson, it's not so much the cheeseburgers that are causing that issue. That's a different conversation. The cheeseburgers are the least of his worries right now with that piece.
I don't know. I mean, if I had to hang out with him or Jean Morant, I think I'm going to hang out with Zion. He's not.
Well, safer. You probably won't get shot. So USA Patriots cards bobbles, you said, is the reason that breakers are vital to hobby. They split the cost of ripping the wax and keeping the hobby supply with new blood. So that again, it's part of any to put it to your bobbles, to your point, to USA Patriots cards point. It's an ecosystem. All these players are playing a piece of the ecosystem. I know that a lot of people don't like the breakers. They're like, oh, it increased the box of boxes. Well, here's the thing. The manufacturer would have increased the cost of boxes anyway, as long as the product can get consumed. The breakers are helping the product get consumed. The packs and boxes that are getting broken mean more cards in the ecosystem. More cards in the ecosystem means there's more cards to send. Like, look, for a lot of us, we're not sending in a bunch of our PC stuff necessarily anymore. Or if we are, we're sending in smaller quantities. We're not sending in thousands of cards for PC at this stage. Even Bobbles, when you did your bit where you sent in a bunch of cards to CSG for the Ken Griffey cards, which was a big submission. It was a nice solid group of cards. Even if money was no object, or let's say CSG had like a $5 special, you'd send in some cards for sure. How many more Ken Griffey cards would you be able to, if I made it $5 a card, how many more Ken Griffey cards would you be willing to send in? A decent amount, I think, but I'm not talking, but probably not 500 cards. It could still be a decent amount, though.
No, I think I have about 220 Griffies right now that
Sure.
I haven't sent in.
Sure. And that's you stacking up a number of them. But I'm saying that's still an outlier. Most people won't have that many. I grabbed 3 cards because I have a bunch of Favres here. I don't want to send them all in for grading.
Well, so obviously it's no secret I am a bulk submitter, and I used to send cards every single order, a good amount of cards every single order, but that was a lot due to the fact we would open wax, hit some nice stuff or whatever, send it in, either stash it in the PC or sell those, to recoup some funds or what have you. I'm just, without that flow of it, the stuff that I have sitting here, I'm more than comfortable enjoying in a one touch or whatever. I realize I don't have to have all of my PC in a slab. So I've cut way back on what I'm sending in. And there's many orders now. The guys ask me, what, you got anything in here? And the answer is no, because I'm not going to, constantly feed it. I can enjoy my collection without the slab, especially at the cost of the slabs. So
That's right. But that goes back to kind of what I was talking about earlier, where I said there is a use case for it for some folks. For some folks, they don't want to submit anything for grading. Perfectly fine. That's completely all right, and that'll make a lot of sense. Some folks want to send some stuff in, but not everything. They're like, here's a pile of cards. These cards, yes. The rest of it, no. The majority of the cards is a no. But these ones, sure. Those ones, I don't need to send them. I could grab one touches for all 3 of these and we're done. But I actually like having them in the holder because it matches up with some of the other ones I got. So for me, this works. But I literally have 3 cards in my hand. This is not going to be that onerous. I'll send it over to the PSA Canada guys that I deal with. And I'll probably send my Macho Man, since we talked about Macho Man earlier. I got one of those too. I'll probably grab maybe 5 or 6 or maybe even 10 cards if I fill it out. And then there you go. That's it. I have relatively easy access and somebody who will do it for me. And 10 cards is not a big order.
I'm going to get this card here graded.
I think we can make this happen.
And I also have a secondary card I plan to get graded.
A little more questionable. Did Yannick at least sign that one?
No, son of a bitch didn't.
Psh, after all the discussion of the name signing, terrible. All my research found a few saw and cut Griffey sheets at the end. Oh, Stuke's still talking about the Griffey card. All right, I'll leave you guys to that. Dave, 50,000 grading collector sending 20 cards a month is 1 million cards, and that seems to be what exists. Not really.
I don't think there's 50,000 people sending 20 cards.
No, there are some folks that are sending in 1,000 cards. And because there are some folks that send in a large volume. And they're the whales that eat up the bulk of it. And it gets to be quite a bit. The average grader, like if I remove the absolute top end whales, the average one is probably less than 20 cards. But the ones that are doing it at the high end are doing like 4-figure card submissions in one shot. Because again, they're grabbing stacks. They're opening cases of product and sending it. When they do the breakdown, it's not vintage that is eating up the bulk. Even if we forget about sports cards, when they do the breakdown of 1 million cards for PSA, half of it's TCG. It's Pokemon. So it's like, there are people that will send it. So like James says here, I've sent like 50 in my last 2. Yeah. And that happens. But even 50 is actually on the higher end of a normal average. Because most people, remember, even if we said $10 a card, 50 cards would be $500. That's not an insignificant sum. That's a fairly substantial grading fee. That's why I say, think about it. We got so desensitized to money. And Eric, you understand what I'm getting at with this. We got so desensitized to money that we forgot that $500 is a lot of money.
Right.
For most people, $500 is a decision. $500 isn't just a snap. Oh yeah, no problem. Wait a minute, hold on. I got to think about this.
I can't buy hockey cards for $500. I can't do that to my family. I can't. That's irresponsible.
And if you notice, I made it $10 a card just to make the math easy here. It's not actually $10 a card.
Well, here's the other element to it, Eric. that you said I can't spend $500 buying hockey cards. That's buying the cards and then slapping 500 on top to get
Right.
them put in a slab.
Yeah, I
You're going to
can't.
be into it way more than $500.
And
Like,
and that's one of the reasons why I've never. I mean, there's a long list. Okay, I don't, and I've talked about it. But one of the reasons I have not sent cards in for grading is the cost, and it's like, these plastic, sleeves that I can afford that, no problem.
they're not cheap anymore either, though.
No, but it's not $12 to $15 a card. So, that's
When I started grading cards, well, really heavily, I was doing. It was costing me $8 a card at the time.
Mhm.
I was doing 110 cards, and I said I did it that way because I wanted to stay at under $1,000 for the order,
oh my
and then I
god.
wanted to split it to where there was enough cards in there that I could sell to recoup my grading fees and everything, but still add cards to my PC. And that's why, like, Carlos probably seen the pictures I posted of all the slabs I have in my collection, but that's like how that started.
Mhm.
And that's where I was at with it. I wanted to stay at $1,000 and then send a portion to sell to recoup money, and the rest add to the collection. So
Mhm.
that was my strategy.
Now I want to ask a question, so I'll read Stuke's comment here. 20 cards a month to SGC and 10 to PSA for me, so fair enough. So you've got it kind of split between two companies, and you've got 30 cards here in total, so fair enough. Sounds reasonable. James says my PC stuff is ungraded unless that comes away with it, which is perfectly valid. Makes total sense, no doubt. This does give me a thought, though. I had kind of percolated some different questions that I wanted to ask through the course of the evening, and this actually brings me perfectly into a question I had. Robert here says, I remember SEC having a standing bulk price of $5 card, minimum 100 cards. That
I don't
sounds
ever remember
familiar,
5.
but it would have been a long time ago. It would have been a long, long time ago.
I
So
don't. I'm not sending 100 cards out in the mail. Again, I'm a collector. Okay, I'm a collector. I'm a hoarder. I rarely sell. Okay, I guess if you are a shop or an online seller, that makes sense to do. But as someone who just collects, I'm not sending 100 of my cards through the mail. These are my babies. I'm not doing it. I mean, I can't get a birthday card across town to somebody without it getting lost or not showing up for a week because it
That's
got.
because you spell the address in your Boston accent.
That's I never.
They don't know where the hell it's at.
The problem is you wrote Worcestershire and you forgot the Worcestershire.
Sure.
Because you missed that, they had to redirect it, and then the postmaster had to get involved, and it was a whole hullabaloo, and you're lucky it ever arrived.
There you go. So I'm going to send 100 cards worth thousands of dollars, to
Hold on. Point of order.
what?
100 cards in your collection, that's like negative $100. Settle down, Bougie Eric.
I wasn't specific.
They pay you to take the
talking
cards.
in general, like other people's collections, not like mine.
All right.
I was kind of just talking in general terms. So I send 100 of my cards through the mail. I don't trust the birthday card with the $20 bill in it to get across town. I mean, come on. There's so many reasons why I haven't graded. And those are a couple. No
So
way.
I like Staggy Joel's comment here. I'm assuming he's saying that it's cheese string 'em on, but he's got G string 'em on. That sir has a completely different connotation.
That's a Zion card.
I was gonna say very different thing. First of the post, and the battle look forward to go. There you go. I was gonna ask a question though. Kind of plays off this one. It kind of plays off Bobbles what you were saying with the picture. So kind of a question. I actually have an open question. I actually want to get some input from the chat. I know some of you get hanging out, lurking a little bit. Fine, no problem. Totally valid. Because I know there's been a number of you. By the way, those some of you lurkers, could you hit the like button? Appreciate that. It helps out. But I do have a question for you. Even some of the lurkers, if you're willing to volunteer. I'm curious. Bobbles showed a picture in the Discord when we were chatting about it, and it showed a whole stack of different slabs. What I'm curious about, and by the way, it can be you submitting the cards or you buying the cards. So here's my question. Estimate. How many graded cards do you have in your collection? If you were to ballpark it, how many do you think? So I'll give my answer real quick. I did a quick fast inventory count. I am just south of 200. I've got a couple that are going to be coming in soon and stuff, and I got a couple that I got in this today, but I'm just south of 200, which is largely PSA. Obviously, SGC, I showed you an SGC one tonight. I've got those. I've got some Beckett. I've got some CSG. I showed you CSG tonight. So I've got those one. Oh, and I have a coaster. I have one coaster. Got one of those. And I have a KSA. So if I take all the pieces, I think I'm just south of 200. I base estimate. I might be right at 200 and maybe a little above after some of the stuff comes in, because I'm using ComC to get some CSG grading done. And when I get that in, I'll get those cards. So I'm just curious. So I'd be just south of 200 would be my estimate right now. Curious for the rest of you, how many graded cards you either think you have or that you know you have.
Well, Baubles can't count that high.
He's getting the abacus. He'll figure it out.
I think his entire house is probably built out of slabs stacked on top of each other. But I'm looking at my set registry, and I have 153 PSA cards in there.
Okay.
And most of them comes from the 6970 set that I'm trying to have all in 7 and above.
Mm-hmm.
So I started that project years ago, and I'm just like, well, I guess I got to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I have very few other, like I have like 2 Beckett's, 1 KSA. I have a couple of old green labeled to 100 graded to 100 point SGCs. And yeah, that's about it. I'd say at most 160.
There you go. James says I have 9 PSA and SGC. We gotta get your audio fix. We don't do G string them on. It's a family show. Gotta listen more carefully. Mr. Dwayne here, 79 says 80 or less. Fair enough. Robert says counting ComC and PWCC vaults, I have about 320, about 200 home. Fair enough. Dave says ballpark between 400 to 500, all purchase graded. It's tough to buy pre-war Hall of Famer that haven't been graded. Fair enough. Like I said, it doesn't have to be you graded them. It can be you bought them that way. Like I bought some of these ones that I bought. These are all graded. I didn't show this one tonight, but this one's graded too. This is a Delgado Legacy collection. We talked about that whole Legacy collection thing. So those are the out of 100. But that one came graded already, which was nice. But again, it doesn't have to be. It can be purchased or it can be you grading it. It can be any of the major graders. I don't care. But I'm just curious where you kind of fall in ballpark-wise. Bubbles, what do you think? What's your best estimate? It doesn't have to be down to the slab, but what do you think?
I'm probably close to 700 now.
1,000.
Because I have 200. I'm just under 200 on display in here.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 drawer fulls, and then I have some back in that room behind the flag. So probably close to 700 now.
700,000 cards. That's amazing.
No, not that many slabs.
I would love to see 700,000 slabs. It's like,
No.
it's like, what if the house is built on
Yeah,
slabs,
the house. I told you, the house is built with slabs.
on the foundation of slabbage. I have 3 PSA at the
But-
moment of submission, getting back to me soon, about 9 or 8 more. Fair enough, yeah. I personally graded 22 cards, including, to my shame, KSA.
Oh,
Repent your sins, Robert. It's okay. Repent your sins.
shame.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna have to skip out. It's almost midnight, and I know she's gonna want to get up early because there's a sale we are gonna go to. So
Hey,
and they have
completely,
Christmas, and
complete-
she has not been to a sale with Christmas stuff in a long time. So
Wow.
Since December.
no, since I bought all the choo-choos,
Mm-hmm.
she bought Christmas at that sale. So there's a sale that has Christmas tomorrow, so I told her we could go to that one. So
No, completely valid. And of course, between realistically, you're going to need at least 35, 40 minutes to swim through the slabs to get to get all the way out of the room.
no, no,
To
no,
be
no.
like,
It's not that bad. I actually have that
700,000.
stuff.
That's crazy.
I have that put away. So,
there you go.
but no,
Bobbles, appreciate you as always.
Yeah, have a good evening and hit the like button for Eric. Eric,
Please.
as always, good, having fun and giving each other shit, man. So
Good seeing you, buddy.
Have a good night, Bobbles.
have a good
Take
night,
it easy.
everybody.
We'll talk later. James this night, Bobbles. Good night, Bobbles. Absolutely. I have 15 8x10 slabs and around 10 to fit sideways in a magazine box. All right, cool. So let me explain why I was asking the question. It goes back to kind of my point. What's funny about a lot of this stuff, and thank you all for your responses. So I appreciate it. Like I said, I just want ballpark. I'm just curious. It's mostly a curiosity, like an informal survey. The reason I asked the question though is because I was having this conversation separately offline. And I was saying, like, people don't understand. We talk about a lot of these grading companies and all this, and we talk about 1 million cards a month and all this stuff, right? Most collectors don't have that many slabs. So a lot of folks spend an inordinate amount of time obsessing about something that doesn't impact them one way or the other. I don't care if 1 trillion cards get graded. It makes no difference. Most of you don't have that many slabs. That's why I said it doesn't have to be you grading it. You could have bought them already graded. How many slabs do you have? Well, most people fell comfortably under 100. Some folks fell comfortably under 20. So, which is perfectly valid. Like, totally with you. Some, Robert had 22. Stuke had 15 8x10s and 10 to fit sideways. And Robert had probably the highest number outside of Bobbles here, and that's about 320. I'm somewhere in the about 200-ish range. You are just shy of that. But I tend to have a little bit higher proportion because I'm doing a couple of set registry things, so I've got a little bit of that. And I've got some stuff that I'm grading through ComC, through ComC and the CSG thing. I do buy some cards already slab. This one's already purchased slab. It was like this. This other stuff that I showed tonight, this was already in the slab. So I'm counting all of that. But this is already done. I didn't do it. Somebody else already did it for me. The point is, though, I've accumulated those over time. They didn't happen all at once. So over years now, I've accumulated those ones. But you don't need to. You can put together a perfectly fine collection and nothing has to be graded. Ever. It's not required. But most people will never get to that. Most people have less than 50. Most people have less than 20. Some people have 0 slabs. But that's a lot more people than people think. So what that means is, so where are the millions of slabs going? Well, a bunch of them are in dealer inventories, but a bunch of them are in a handful of collectors who are probably eating the bulk of it. There are some collectors in there who have thousands of slabs, but they're kind of in the 1%. But they're eating up this big chunk of plastic that has nothing to do with what everybody else is doing, which is interesting. My feeling is that dealers have a lot of slabs in inventory. Yes, I would agree with that. That's definitely a decent chunk. What percent of total slabs in existence are in collections, not for sale versus sale? I bet it's like 80+% for sale. For a lot of the low end stuff, it wouldn't shock me. For a lot of the bulk submissions of singles and base cards, probably. I'm amazed it shows how much plastic is there. True. I do send 5 of one player in and keep the best grade and sell the other 4. That's fair. Allows you to pay it off. The last submission I did, the last larger submission I did was I think about 20-ish cards. And I sold probably about half of them, which was always the plan with that one. So I kept half and sold half. And the half that I sold paid for the thing. So my last bill for grading was about $500 and change. So, but it's one way you can do it. Just depends. I can remember which cards were in boxes, and only a few sat on top of top loaders in display case. Okay. I bet it's 60 to 8% just sitting. How many slabs are there now? Tens of millions at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like PSA alone has I guesstimated like 40 million cards for PSA alone. SGC has had a bunch. CSG cleared 1 million maybe a year ago. And they were newer to the space, obviously. And Beckett's graded a ton over the years.
Oh, sure.
So between...
Poorly.
Yeah, true. But between the main players, they've graded millions and millions and millions of cards. And there's a lot of slabs out there. How many slabs are for sale that will sit forever? A lot.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, when a lot of folks worry about that, I go, but here's the thing. The junk wax era existed. There's billions of 1991 Donruss cards, and that has no impact on the price of 86 Fleer Jordans. It has no impact on the price of 52 Topps Manals. It doesn't matter how many 91 Donruss cards it exist. Because people don't want 91 Donruss cards, so they can have as many as you want. It doesn't impact the other stuff. If someone wants the other stuff, they're going to buy the other stuff regardless of how many 1991 Fleer cards there are, how many Pro Set cards there are. One thing has nothing to do with the other. They're separate from each other. Realistically, how many cards are for sale right now? How many millions? Millions. And millions. And millions. And millions. A lot of millions. Good stuff. Folks, somehow we've made it to the 4-hour mark yet again.
I don't know how. And there's people still watching. I don't know.
I like to think it was powered by guile, force of will, crumble cookies, and tonight, Sleeman beer. One of the prides of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, Eric.
No such place. We want to thank our sponsors yet again. Crumble Cookies, now available in Canada. And remember that if you get that grumble, get yourself some crumble. Use our code, Carlos sent me, to get a 5% discount. That is a 5% discount at all crumble locations across Canada. Carlos sent me. 5%.
Indeed. Good times. All right, real quick, I'll zip through the last couple of these and we'll wind her down. 125 graded cards versus 800,000 raw cards in his collection. Fair enough. Gotcha. It's unfortunate you can't easily remove cards from slabs. I know 2 collectors that remove all cards, but it's work. It is work. Hopefully, if the holder's any good, it should be a little bit of work.
I'm afraid I'm going to damage him. I won't crack. I'm scared to death.
I now see Mayo commercials on my YouTube because of this cursed show.
Oh, good Lord.
I hope Eric does as well.
That's disgusting.
Thank you, Stuck. Maybe you can get a Mayo sponsorship. Hey!
I'm going to throw up.
Hey! I like where your head's at.
I don't. I don't like where your head's at. I don't like where you're at. I don't like you.
Dave says 5% discount with 10% service charge, at least. Some good math. All right, folks. A pleasure. Hang out with you as always. Good stuff in the chat. Enjoyed a little bit of the different kind of side conversations. I wanted to have a little fun with it. There wasn't literally a lot of news stuff. It's mostly just hanging out and just chatting about some of this other stuff. So it's kind of fun to go through that. And also play out some of these scenarios because you never know. And also get a little bit of a survey, a lay of the lands to see what's going on. So on your way out, if you can hit the like button, that is always appreciated. So thank you for that. Thank you for the comments and everything. Next Friday, back usual, same bat time, same bat channel. I'll confirm over the course of the week, but I may have one of the YouTube gentlemen joining us, a YouTube Hall of Famer no less. So if everything goes according to plan, we may be graced with some YouTube Hall of Fame royalty.
Oh my goodness!
Just throwing it out there. Might have already laid the groundwork for that, so we'll see if we can manage that one. We may get that done. And we got Hobby Palooza coming up here, so we'll probably talk about that. And at the same time, also obviously we'll be heading into the National coming up here. Now we're less than 2 months away now. So it's rapidly approaching. People are counting down already. So I'm waiting for the videos with all the suggestions.
Less than 50 days.
Yeah, so we're getting there. Are you saying bad channel or bad channel? Yes.
Bad.
The answer is yes.
Bad.
The answer is yes. Yes. Same bad time, same bad channel. So thank you very much. And last word here, we'll go to James. Have yourself a good night, James. I always say how slow it is. There we go. Good times, great show. Have a good night. Thank you all. All right. Those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Those of you on the West Coast, you got a little time left, so enjoy that. Have yourselves a good one, and we'll catch you in the next one.